Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if badass Deku fell in love with Melissa, part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Hero of Courage, Fulcrum by TheHinokami. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Third Pav. Early morning on a nice July day, everyone in the area could hear a scream that could be heard from the home of one Midoriya residents. "Hisashi, get in here now. My water broke," said a voice from a woman. A male came running downstairs and almost fell as he did so. "I'm here, Inko. What did you say happened?" the man identified as Hisashi asked. The woman, who is now known as Inko, just looked at him and said, "My water broke," and then he paled. Hisashi froze for a few moments until Inko just slapped him on the back of the head, telling him to get moving. He started to run around like a chicken without its head. After the wife calmed down the husband, they soon got into the car and made their way to the hospital. The wife was getting closer and closer to the delivery, and soon they arrived at the hospital. Inko just told her husband to hurry it up as they made their way into the emergency room. 17 The nurses asked what was wrong and were told that Inko water broke and would be going into labor. They got her onto a bed and had her transferred to the medical ward for babies. It was 3 grueling hours later when the nurse came out and brought Hisashi into the operating room. It was here that Hisashi saw for the first time their baby boy, who had come into the world with his green hair and green eyes. "He took your hair and eyes, but it seems he got my hairstyle. I feel for him with this unruly hair," Hisashi stated as Inko just laughed a bit since she was too tired from pushing her son out. 23 The doctors came in and did the final checks over Inko and the baby. "Everything is done. We just need a name for your child. Any ideas, or do you need some time?" the doctor asked as he filled out the paperwork in preparation for the name being ready. Inko and Hisashi looked at each other and they said that they decided to name their son Midoriya Izuku. They said the name at the same time, which the doctor found sweet. The doctor wrote it in and congratulated them. "Welcome to the world, Izuku Midoriya," he said as he handed them the paperwork to sign certifying the birth and name. They signed the paperwork and the doctor took it to go file the paperwork with the government. This was the birth of Izuku Midoriya, who would face many challenges in his life but also stand firm in his determination to challenge the world. Several years have passed and Izuku was now 4 years old. He was in the living room with his mother playing since she had gone off from work earlier that day. As such, Izuku was dressed up as his favorite hero, All Might, and he had come into the room wanting to save his mother from the mean blanket that was hugging her too hard. 8:33. "Ahaha, I am here to save you. Rawr," Izuku said as he slid into the room. Though he did almost fall down a few times as he slid around the floor. Inko just laughed at her son's antics. As this was going on, you might be wondering, where was Hisashi Midoriya at in all of this fun in the home? Well, as it turns out, when Izuku was 2 years old, Hisashi passed away due to a villain attack that claimed his life on the way home from work one night. The villain was fighting a newer hero when the villain had decided to bolt away from the fight. This villain could turn himself into an iron-moving man who collided with Hisashi's car as he came to pass the street where the fight was going on without his knowledge. The villain just ran right into the car and caused it to fly into the other lane where a truck was coming down and struck his side of the car on the side door. This caused Hisashi to die on impact. Inko had to go and claim his body, and she decided to have him cremated since she knew money would become tight from now on since she was a single mother. Third Pav. 8 Many years have gone by since that day with the bully in the hallway. Even though they have grown older and have made it to their last year of middle school, Izuku still gets bullied constantly and teachers still ignore it or even encourage it. However, Izuku is closing in on graduation from middle school and he would need to decide what to do with his life. His mother had discovered his plans to train to be a quirkless hero and she just accepted it. She knew his determination was far too strong. She told Izuku one day when they talked about it that, "You inherited your father's determination to not give up until the last breath. It was how he got me to marry him after pestering me for years to date him. He would keep coming up with new ideas like flowers or random notes as we grew up through the middle school. I finally broke down and agreed to a date, and years later there you came. I hate the fact that you want to be a hero since I don't want to lose you. I love you and I don't want to lose you, but I also know that if your father was here he would be saying the opposite of what I would be doing and encouraging it. I have to take his views into consideration and understand that you will leave my home one day. I need to accept that you must live your life as you want to even if I might hate something of it. Inko said as Izuku just hugged her and thanked her for supporting him even though it hurt her. That is how they converted Izuku's father's office into a small gym since it was just collecting dust. 20 Izuku had submitted his paper declaring that he was going to try for UA near the end of the year. They still had a year left of middle school and then the entire summer break before the exam would start. Izuku knew he would need to figure out a workout plan to better help him train. However, his thoughts were cut off. One of the bullies had just poured milk onto Izuku's head. Izuku was so glad the end of the day was here and he could go home. After stopping at the bathroom to clean some of the milk off, he left home and decided to take a long way home to just relax. That was how he found himself at 5 p.m. on a Friday afternoon kneeling on the ground of a roof after having his dream crushed. 5. Why? Why All Might? Izuku thought as he picked himself up. Cheeks stained and soaked with the tears he had shed after talking to All Might, he could feel sobs wanting to break through the surface and make him start crying again, but Izuku refused to stay down. He hasn't gone all of these years to stop now just because of All Might. Izuku grabbed his bright yellow backpack and started to walk down the staircase. His body that usually felt light due to all the training he has done to be physically fitter than in the past now felt heavy as he felt his muscles move as he went down each step. It felt like he was walking down the stairs and going into hell, where you would find reality being the actual hell. 15. Now someone might wonder why Izuku is feeling like this and why he was saying All Might's name. Well, he had an incident on his way from school. Since he decided to take the long path home, he had run into a villain. This villain was a villain made of sludge. The villain was escaping from a hero which turned out to be All Might. Izuku had gotten attacked but kept his distance until All Might had shown up and defeated the villain. Izuku saw All Might and wanted to ask the question, so when All Might had jumped away, Izuku had grabbed onto him, and that is how he found himself on the roof where he was only 10 minutes ago. Izuku felt numb after talking to All Might. Sure, he refused to give up, but when the number one hero says what he said, then it does hurt far more than anyone else's opinion. As Izuku stood on the roof with a cold breeze going through the air, he had asked All Might a question after the hero stopped reprimanding him for his action. Izuku had asked him about quirkless people and if they could ever be a hero. I am quirkless and I want to be a hero. I know I can't be a top hero like you, but I just want to save people and make them feel safe when I arrive. Do you think it's possible? Izuku had asked. The cold air felt bone-chilling when All Might spoke. The words All Might stated echoed into Izuku's ears. The world of heroics is a dangerous place. As such, it is the job of the pros who must be willing to risk it all, day in and day out, to save people and defeat the villains. Trust me when I say even top heroes get injured in the line of duty. As such, without a quirk, I should think not. All Might stated. He then started again on his words as he had a sad smile. Heroes could very easily die the moment they leave their homes in their outfits, or even worse, be captured and tortured for endless days due to them being a hero. Without a quirk, this job would become far more dangerous than it already is. As such, I cannot tell you yes that you can be a hero even though you are quirkless. It wouldn't be possible to deal with the villains or natural disaster that would come your way. All Might stated as he was getting ready to job away. Then he said one more statement that hit Izuku the hardest of it all. If you wish to save people and protect others, then be a police officer or a medic. Sure, they get a lot of heat since there are pro heroes, but it's still important and far more realistic for someone like you, stated All Might as he jumps away, leaving Izuku there on the roof. It hurt Izuku so much. He was used to people telling him no, but to hear it from All Might was harder, but that wasn't what hurt the most. It was the last portion, for someone like you. That hurt far more than everything else. 15. Izuku honestly used All Might's smile to keep him going every day, and now his smile had less of a shine to Izuku. Izuku finally made it down the steps and was walking home. He knew he was going to take a while longer, so he texted his mother that he would be later since he decided to take a long way home. 3. After about 5 minutes of walking, he received a message from his mother warning him to be careful and that she loved him. Izuku's heart and body felt a bit lighter at that. Leave it to my mother to make my day better, Izuku thought. With that text message, the tears that had fallen from Izuku's face again had slowed down and come to a stop. Izuku lifted his head higher and kept pushing forward. Though it seemed fate had it out for Izuku today and needed another event to happen. As Izuku was walking home, he found police barricades and a lot of people watching a fight. There were several heroes standing by doing nothing as they watched another hero fight a villain who was a natural counter for them. The hero had a static quirk that allowed them to shock people and numb them enough that they couldn't move quickly. However, the villain's quirk allowed them to turn themselves into a rubber texture that allowed them to stretch but also counter the hero's quirk. The villain was also using a weapon when the hero had nothing. The other heroes on the site were just yelling words of encouragement, and Izuku found this annoying when they should get involved and help her. One hero standing around was Death Arms. 14 Death Arms had a strength increasing quirk that allowed him to lift things that most people couldn't do. However, he was no All Might strength. This hero and a few others could be helping the other hero instead of standing around. The fight kept going on for a while and Izuku just kept analyzing the situation as he stood there. A small part of his mind wondered why he was doing it, since even the number one said he couldn't be a hero, but the rest of him refused to admit it. He was going to be a hero one day, and analyzing fighting styles and how people move around in a fight are important for him when he becomes a hero. However, as the fight kept going on, Izuku noticed that the hero was in danger. The hero suffered many wounds that limited their movement, and it was in that moment that everything changed with the world. Izuku saw the women's muscles clench up in protest due to being overworked with her wounds, and then their leg gave out. The female hero fell to the group and the villain was going to take the chance to end the hero's life. Izuku saw that the hero was in danger, and for some reason he moved without him knowing when or how. His body just started to run. As the blade was coming down, her eyes widened as the blade got closer and closer, and then she closed them tightly, fearing that it would be the end. However, the blade never made contact with the female hero. It didn't hit. Instead, a backpack had come flying and had knocked the blade out of the villain's hand, which distracted him. Everyone was stunned because when they looked where the backpack came from, they saw a middle school student. They paled when they realized the villain started towards him. The female hero tried to get up since the boy had just saved her life when the other heroes didn't even get involved in her annoyance. She tried to move, but her body wouldn't listen to her. Then as the villain raised his hand to throw a punch backed by his quirk, they heard the laugh of a hero. The laugh of All Might as he jumped down and grabbed the villain. Since the villain didn't have any weapons, the man couldn't fight back, especially against someone who had far more strength to restrain him. His quirk only let him turn into a rubber texture and stretch. Even Death Arms could have defeated this villain easily if he had gotten involved. 8A police officer had detained the villain as Death Arms was just reprimanding Izuku for getting involved. Izuku just snapped. "Where were you then? It was clear she was having trouble, yet you and the other heroes just stood there doing nothing. It's your job to save people and yet you stood there. So before you start chewing me out, you should reconsider what it means to be a hero, since you clearly don't know what it means. It means to save people even when hope might be lost. It means to keep pushing forward when all the odds are against you," Izuku said and walked away, ignoring the heroes calling him to come back. Izuku didn't want to deal with them, so he just quickly made his way through some alleys and lost them since he was used to his hometown. He needed to know how to escape his bullies quite well over the years, so it was hard for anyone to follow him unless they could fly above him. Though it seems one hero, in particular, could jump really high and follow him that way. That hero was none other than All Might himself. "Young man, wait," stated a voice behind Izuku. Izuku heard the call and turned around and saw the man. It was a man that looked skeleton-like with his thinner build and sharper facial features that he held. He was very tall though and had blonde hair. Izuku felt like he has seen this man before but couldn't place him. The man asked Izuku if they could talk. Izuku wanted to say no but felt like he needed to, or else something wouldn't happen that should happen. Izuku said sure, and then the man started to talk. The man then powered up and there stood All Might. Izuku was freaking out that the skeleton-like man had just turned into All Might. Izuku was about to scream imposter, but All Might beat him to it. "I'm not an imposter, if you were wondering," he said as he dropped down to his skinny form again. All Might then provided proof. He talked about the roof and what was said about it. "I'm here to offer an apology. I shouldn't have said that. Also, I have a question. During the last villain attack, what was going on in your mind when you did that?" he asked. Izuku explained how he just dangerously put himself in danger and he didn't even know why, since his body moved without him telling it to. Izuku noticed a big smile on All Might's face at this statement, and Izuku was wondering why. 9. All Might then talked about his injury, that he showed Izuku the wound and described how he got it and when he got it. It was 3 years ago when I received this wound. I had a large fight with a villain and they did it to me, he stated, and Izuku was shocked. None of the known villains you fought or any that are known should be strong enough to do that to you, Izuku stated. All Might agreed and explained that it was a fight that was hidden from the world and the villain is an old one that he had killed in the fight, so there was no need to worry anymore. All Might then talked a bit more. What I said on that roof. I was wrong. Most heroes that are true heroes in this world had a moment where you did and their body just moved on its own. I've been looking for someone like that, and young man, I need to make a correction. You can be a hero. I think if you had enough proper training it's possible to be a quirkless hero, but I have an offer that would make that impossible for you. I want you to inherit my quirk and become my successor, All Might stated. Izuku froze at what he just heard. 10. Izuku then asked what he meant. All Might smirked again as tears were coming down Izuku's face. All Might had just told Izuku he could be a hero even quirkless. He also said he could gain a damn quirk. All Might started to speak. My quirk can be passed on from one user to the next. I want you to become my heir and let me train you as my successor, he said. Izuku had many questions about a transferable quirk and how that should be impossible, but All Might knocked him out of his thoughts. 7. Young Midoriya, please come back down to earth. The choice is yours to accept or decline. I won't force this on you, All Might stated. Izuku just stopped overthinking it and responded that he would do it. Yes, I'll do it. I always wanted to be a hero even if I was quirkless. My goal was to save people and make them feel safe. If this will help me do a better job at it, then yes, Izuku said, and All Might just laughed and patted him on the head. Good. Now that we have an agreement, we need to train you to be ready to hold OFA. As such, meet me at the Dagoba beach at 5 am tomorrow, okay? All Might stated, and Izuku agreed with it. All Might gave Izuku his contact details so they could reach each other, and they split apart for the day. Izuku then headed home and felt so much lighter and happier than he has ever been. This was the start of grueling training for Izuku though. Izuku would be sore almost every single day during this training, and in the end, he wouldn't regret it. 20. One step closer to my dream of being a hero, and I now have a major supporter as well, Izuku thought as he entered his home and started to do his normal routine of working out in the home gym before going to sleep. He set his alarm for 4 am and went to bed quickly after eating dinner with his mother. Izuku couldn't wait for the next day to come. 3rd Pav. Izuku wasn't 100% sure what to expect when he went to meet All Might at the beach, but he honestly wasn't expecting to be picked up and thrown down onto the beach in the middle of all of the trash. Start picking up the trash and cleaning. It's time to get you ready for one for all, All Might stated. Izuku asked what he meant. You said I was worthy to be your successor, so I'm taking this isn't related to that but my body instead? Izuku said as he took his shirt off to ensure it didn't get soaked in sweat. All Might started to say yes when he realized that Izuku was not the stick noodle he had thought he was. Yes, but it seems you aren't the stick noodle I thought you were. You might be able to hold OFA currently, but I don't want to risk it. We have a year and a half to get you ready for the UA exams. One for all is a quirk that grows stronger each time it's passed. Meaning it will be stronger than I currently wield. The more muscles you have, the better percentage control you can have over one for all. As such, let us set a goal of you cleaning this entire beach in 10 months. This will give us 5 months of quirk training before you attempt the exam, All Might stated. Izuku nodded his head at that explanation and got to work. 18. To be fair, it was hard. Not really on cleaning, but the smell of the beach was hard to withstand. It's been sitting here for years. His mother looked at him like he was crazy for telling her that he would start doing training at this beach. She just slowly nodded her head and gave him a questioning look. Izuku had to hold a laugh at his mother's facial expression when he saw her questioning look. He didn't need her digging into this currently. One Izuku was working day in and day out on the beach. One weekend when Izuku was pulling a fridge, he felt a lot more weight behind him. He turned around and there his trainer was sitting on it with his roughly 600 pounds of extra weight. Hey, I'm only like 550 in this form nowadays, All Might complained. Also, why am I hauling trash again instead of doing a workout in a gym? Izuku asked. All Might then explained that back in the before years when he was younger, the heroes were more about community service and being true heroes. Sadly, a lot of heroes are in it just for money instead of saving people or giving back. All Might said with a sad smile. Izuku understood this and got back to work. It was indeed a good thing to give back to the community. He also understood that if he didn't clean the beach, then who would, since it has been here for years. All Might also said another thing as Izuku pulled the fridge. I also wish to see the beach cleaned again, since this beach my master and I came to a lot. All Might said in a low tone, and Izuku didn't question it. Based on the tone, he wouldn't answer likely. 3. Izuku rubbed his hands and gripped the rope and pulled the fridge with an All Might on top of it, and slowly but surely made his way across the beach with a lot of trouble. You know it would be easier if you weren't on it. Izuku groaned out, and All Might countered that it wouldn't be training if it was easy. This training kept going on for the next many months. All Might at one point had to return to the agency so he could prepare things to have a more constant presence in this town, since Izuku would be here training and going to UA. All Might wouldn't stay all the time, but he wanted to be here as much as he could during the training until Izuku started at UA, and then he could figure what to do next after that. It was the 8th month of the beach cleanup. All Might was currently on his return trip to the city to check in on Izuku. He didn't plan to be gone the entire damn month, but things happened. He remembered how one month he found Izuku pushing so hard that he collapsed one day during training. The boy is doing so well, but sometimes he just pushes far too much. Toshinori Yagi aka All Might thought. He was kind of worried at the state he would find his protege in when he returned, since he knew his boy would push himself when he wasn't around. As such, as Toshinori was driving up towards the beach near the end of Izuku's morning training time, he noticed something. I don't smell trash, nor do I see trash, he thought as he pulled up. The beach was clean. The beach was fully clean except one spot. He saw his protege there sleeping on the beach. Dear God, my boy, you are 2 months ahead of schedule. This provides 7 months of quirk training time that we can do now instead of just 5 months. All Might was really happy with the state of the beach. 10. All Might had taken Izuku home and laid him on his bed. Izuku had introduced Inko to Toshinori so that they would know of each other before something ever happened. As such, it wasn't unnormal to find Toshinori dropping Izuku off, since Inko knew he was training Izuku. She asked if he pushed it again, and he said yes, and that he is almost done cleaning the beach and would likely be finished in the next couple of days or weeks max. Inko still doesn't know about one for all though. All Might and Izuku had a few conversations about it, and it was at a stalemate currently. Izuku wanted to tell her, but All Might was hesitant due to fear of Izuku's mother being in danger. The final week of cleaning had come to pass, and Izuku was now done cleaning it all up. Izuku was so proud of himself for what he has accomplished, and he looked over the beach when he heard his master arrive. 11. Good job, Izuku, you have really cleaned this beach, and it is right at the 8th month mark as well, Toshinori stated. They sat there on the beach just looking at the sunrise in the early morning. It was so amazing. All Might had shown Izuku a few pictures of the before and after the body of Izuku's, and he could really tell the difference between the two. Izuku was more muscular than he was, but he still focused more on speed and agility with stamina than overall strength. He wasn't really the same build as All Might anyway, so it would take years to get to that type of body build. 4. Now it's time for the transfer of One for All. This power has passed through 7 people before me, starting with the first wielder during the dawn of quirks, and now will land in your hands, the 9th user. Are you ready? All Might stated. Izuku then stopped him. I'm sorry, I can't accept this without telling my mother, All Might. Izuku said with his head bowed. All Might's eyes widened real quickly. All Might, my mother has supported me all these years, and she hates the fact that I want to be a hero quirkless. Do you honestly think she won't connect the dots later on when I appear with a quirk out of random, and then you lose your quirk and your skinny form are revealed, which turns out to be the same man that trained her son before his so-called quirk appeared? She isn't that dumb not to connect the dots. I can't accept if you won't let me tell her. I'm sorry. You say the quirk will be mine, but you also prevent me from telling her. I know it will be hard to tell her and not reveal your form, but that is the point I'm at. I'm sorry for disappointing you and not being able to become your successor, All Might. Izuku said as he bowed his head again with tears coming down his face. 1. All Might was frozen. He had a successor and the only thing stopping the ceremony was that one point. Telling his mother. All Might thought for a few moments and gave in. Izuku was his successor and it was also his right to tell who he wanted to. All Might himself did tell other people as well, so it would be unfair of him to restrict the boy, he thought. Okay. We can tell your mother. We'll also tell her about my form or else she might think you are crazy. All Might stated. Izuku's head shot up in surprise and he just hugged All Might and thanked him. That is how they all found themselves at a dinner table that afternoon eating when Toshinori brought the subject up. Inko, we need to have a talk about Izuku, he said, and she looked confused and concerned. As you know, he plans to be a hero and I've been training him to physical build-up for that result. What you didn't know is that we had another hidden motivate for that. Izuku won't be a quirkless hero, instead he will use a quirk. He said, and Inko just looked confused. He doesn't have a quirk though? She asked and then looked at her son. He doesn't at this second, but a part of the deal was us telling you or else he was going to reject the ceremony to pass my quirk to him, he said as he buffed up. She was shocked as she saw All Might at her table. He dropped down in his skinny form and coughed a bit of blood up. She got worried and handed him a napkin and asked if he was okay. Yay, I'm fine, it's due to my wounds, he said. They then explained everything from how they met to the truth of the quirk. Inko was silent for a few moments. I'm kind of glad, honestly. I'm always been scared of you being a hero, and I've been far more scared of you being a quirkless hero since the larger disadvantage you would have. I'm okay with this. I'm glad you were willing to have trust in me, so thank you Izuku for telling me about this. I indeed would have been a bit pissed if I figured it out later myself. Inko said as she calmed down from all of her emotions. She then looked at All Might and told him to look after her son. He promised that he would. As such, it was time to transfer the quirk. Now, from where we stopped on the beach. Eat this, he said as he pulled a hair and put it in front of Izuku. Both Midoriyas looked at him like he was an idiot. It's passed via DNA, so unless you want to drink blood or salvia, this is the best way. All Might explained as he said one for all couldn't transfer without the current user approving of it. Izuku just grabbed some water and drank it all with the hair while gagging. Inko just laughed at her son since All Might was just chanting, eat, 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 while Izuku was eating the hair. 71. Toshinori, who all knows about one for all currently? Inko asked. All Might explained everyone that knew. Currently, S3, Principal Nezu of UA, Recovery Girl of UA, my former sidekick, though we don't talk anymore due to a disagreement, a detective who I'm good friends with, and then my old mentor who trained me after the passing of my master. The mentor was also good friends with my master and knew about one for all from her, so if Izuku meets him then he will have met 3 holders of one for all himself. All Might stated. Soon they fell into some other conversations since the quirk would take a day to work itself into Izuku's body. 7. 2 days later they found themselves on the beach. It was time to train. All Might showed Izuku a punch and explained that he should clench his butt cheeks and yell smash. Yeah, that didn't work too well when Izuku did that and he broke his arm after releasing the blast. All Might grabbed Izuku and told him to hang on and that they would arrive at Recovery Girl soon. 6. Nezu was waiting for them already in the nurse's office. I don't want to know how you knew, All Might said as he placed Izuku down and Recovery Girl healed him. Now, why are you bringing random people into my office? She asked and Nezu just said Izuku was number 9. She realized what that meant in seconds. What did you do to him? She asked as she hit him with the cane which hurt in his now skinny form. Hey, I didn't do anything. One for all is far stronger than I thought it would be. He threw a punch at 100% and this was the result. All Might stated. Recovery Girl just hit him again and said of course it would be like this. All Might could only accept the hits. Izuku then woke up and saw the others. Ah. You're Recovery Girl and Principal Nezu, the smartest person on earth. Izuku said. Nezu had a smile at that comment. Now no buttering me up. Won't help you with the exam. Now I suggest you all figure a way to regular OFA quickly. There are only 7 months before the UA exam starts and if he can't pass the exam he won't get into the hero course. Nezu said. 7. Now, I didn't do an X-ray but I can tell you right here and now. He can't do this anymore. If he throws punches like that a few more times he is done. He won't have a hero career at all since his arms will have to be removed due to damage. Do you two understand? This has to stop right here and right now. Take him to a quirk counselor or get Gran Torino involved since he is way better at teaching than you are. Recovery girl shouted. 16. Then she made a comment that made them both cough. Also, when you find a successor you don't pick a miniature version of you. He's reckless just like you, goddammit. I can already feel the new white hair I will have when he enters UA. Now get out, she said as she pushed them out the door and locked it. Hey, he's not a miniature version of me. He's a fanboy with a heart of gold and a far overactive mind than mine with a crazy analytical ability. Nothing alike, he yelled as they got pushed out. Though he heard the comment from inside. Oh, a mix between Nezu and you, just what the world needs. Quote, recovery girl said from the other side of the door. Nezu just chucked and then they all remembered he was still here. All Might cursed in English. He had no plans on letting Nezu get his hands on Izuku anytime soon. You know you guys should be careful with your arguments about AFA. This is a school and you're lucky that this is a weekend with no students here. Now, I'm sure you will figure this issue out soon, Toshinori, or you will be out a successor. Now I must be off to do work. It was a pleasure meeting you, Izuku, and UA looks forward to the chance of teaching All Might's successor. Nezu said as he walked away. 19. All Might took Izuku home for the day and wanted Izuku to rest. He told Izuku that he needed to do some information digging on good ways to do quirk training since he didn't have this problem due to OFA being weaker when he got it. As such, Izuku went to sleep that night with a sore body and a tired body due to the bone breaks and healing. He really wanted to get this down already and couldn't wait to see what All Might would come up with his research. All Might, on the other hand, was in his little apartment that he bought nearby to live in when he was in town. He sat down with a computer in front of him and was looking into quirk counselors' training methods. They talked about sensing the quirk inside of the person and feeling what the body could handle. They also talked about if the quirk was centralized to one body part or the entire body and that it matters for control of quirks. One page said that if a quirk that is meant to be used on the entire body was used on one part, it could lead to damage to the body that wasn't meant to be. All Might looked into this article more and realized his own quirk control. I'm automatically using it across my entire body. However, Izuku might be only doing it one part. We'll have to test it later once I'm done with research. All Might thought. He then decided to call his mentor. Hello, sir. It's been a few years. He said into the phone. All Might just spent a few hours talking to his old mentor and was getting ideas on how to do quirk training. His mentor asked why he was asking and he told the truth. I found the 9th and passed the quirk. He was quirkless like me, so quirk control is a problem. I'm researching right now since the first attempt left him with a broken arm that caused too much damage. I found some information I will test with him later but wanted your views, which you've confirmed most of this information. All Might said. Gran Torino said to inform him when the kid had decent control and could use the power freely so he could help train him before UA. He didn't trust All Might to do everything by himself, and if he didn't get control down in the first month, to call him so he could come help sooner. The call came to an end and All Might had the information he needed for the training during the week. 3rd Pav. 4. Izuku found himself on the beach after school and found All Might there waiting for him. Okay, my boy, I've done some research last night and called my mentor for advice. I think I got a good grasp on how to get you some control of the quirk. Toshinori stated. He told Izuku to go sit down on the beach and just meditate for a bit. After about 5 minutes he started to talk again. Keep your eyes close and your mind clear. I want you to create a mental image of what you think the power of OFA looks like. For me and my master, we thought of it as a burning flame like an Olympian torch. Clear your mind and allow your mind to make a shape for OFA and tell me what you see once it becomes clear for you. Toshinori stated as he sat in front of Izuku in his skinny form. Izuku sat there for a few minutes and then started to talk. 2. It feels like a blazing sun that is hot and burning, Izuku spoke. All Might thought for a few moments, and that sounded like a very good description to use in reference to OFA itself. Now, I want you to just feel it. Don't pull it into your body, just let your mind feel it. All Might said, and a few moments later he talked again. Now, I want you to imagine that you can pull some energy away from the sun. OFA is an energy quirk of raw power. You need to be careful of how much energy you pull away from the sun into your body. If you pull too much you will harm yourself like yesterday. All Might said. Izuku didn't know how to pull the energy. How do I pull it? He asked. All Might explained how OFA felt as it entered his entire body and explained that he didn't localize it in one portion. When you see me buff up, am I buffing up one part of my body or my entire body with AFA? He asked, and Izuku soon Izuku got an idea and figured out the problem he had done with One for All. He envisioned energy coming off as solar flares and going into his body. Soon Izuku felt power go across his entire body and it felt like it was burning. All Might could see the green lighting arcing around Izuku's entire body, but he could also tell Izuku was in pain. Okay. You got the spreading out problem figured out, now it's the percentage control. You said you were envisioning the energy as solar flares. Try imaging the solar flare that comes off to fuel you as a smaller solar flare instead. All Might stated. 9. After about 10 more minutes Izuku opened his eyes and All Might could tell that Izuku had gained basic control of OFA at that moment. Izuku started to get happy and move around, then the energy increased and he was in pain. He cut the quirk off before it could do damage. Okay. You have gotten a baseline. However, currently, the problem is to maintain it when you lose focuses. So here is the goal for the next month or so. Whenever you have the chance you need to activate OFA and just have it at the baseline that your body can handle going into your body, and just try moving around and doing other things. The key is for you to get the feeling down that you don't have to ever think of activating it and setting it to the limit you want. It needs to become a bare instinct for you. Understand? He asked Izuku, who agreed. They called it a day for training and went to the house to eat since Inko invited him over. Izuku showed her the quirk and she was so happy. They talked about the first failure and she freaked, but talked about how they figured out future training and gotten a baseline that Izuku needs to get used to. 7. They figured out that the current baseline was 5%. Izuku felt down at that, but All Might reminded him that his quirk was far stronger and he was still getting used to it. As time passes your control will increase. Right now we need you to be able to turn it on and off without problems before we get to the next stages. All Might stated and Izuku agreed. 8. Several weeks have gone by and Izuku was the highest in the spirit that he could have been in a long time. He thinks he is as happy as he was when he was introduced to Kachan, Bakugo Katsuki, when he was born. The little fellow does have an attitude and everything, but Izuku made sure to correct his behavior when he learned what the teachers were teaching him in his old schools. He was teaching Bakugo that it was okay to put others down. They were turning him into a bully. Izuku quickly fixed that one day when he dragged Kachan to his parents and told them everything he learned. Kachan wasn't happy that Izuku told on him, and then Izuku asked for the room. Kachan, you say you want to be a hero, but does All Might do what those teachers are encouraging you to do? They are trying to teach you that it's right to harm people like me or those that are perceived as weaker. Would you be okay with someone harming me for no reason except that I don't have a quirk? Izuku asked. Little Kachan said no with a tear in his eye at the thought of his big brother being harmed. Izuku then got his aunt and uncle back in there and then talked to Kachan. You aren't in trouble, you just need to unlearn what behaviors they were trying to teach you. Auntie and uncle will deal with the teachers, but if you ever have a question of is something right or wrong, then think this. Would All Might do it? If you can answer yes without hesitance, then it's probably okay, but if you can't, then ask us, okay? Even if you think yes and you still have a question, then ask us. Izuku said as he hugged his little brother figure. It was one of the rarest moments that Izuku felt true hatred for someone that they were trying to corrupt his little brother figure. Now, back to the quirk. Izuku had even shown it to the Bakugos and gave a half-true story about having to do a large amount of physical work to have it activated. They freaked out when he said what happened the first time he used it. Though they were happy that he got advice on how to control it. They were glad he got it late than never, since he wanted to be a hero. They always supported him but were afraid, just like his mother was. Soon though the moth came to a close. 6. Izuku had spent the entire month turning his quirk on and off in his room or out on the beach. He would do many things in the house with the quirk if he could. At the start, it was nearly impossible to move with the quirk on, but near the end, he has gotten to that point that he can turn it on with just a single thought and move around freely. It only takes a few seconds to come to life. Izuku avoided increasing power at all. He focused on getting his body used to the 5% limit without any trouble. He was also scared of the end results since All Might told him that OFA should be about 20% stronger than his. So Izuku's 80% should be All Might's 100%, which was a scary thought since that is 100% in his prime, where he could easily change weather patterns if he did punches correctly, which Izuku would learn later on. Izuku didn't want to destroy the house. 25. As the month had come to an end, Izuku met All Might in a different location since the beach had been gaining users more since it was cleaned and people noticed. Businesses in that area were starting to see an increase in foot traffic as well due to people coming back to the area, and people were talking about it in the news, which made Izuku embarrassed. See my boy, this is what I mean by helping the community. You cleaned the beach, but you also made an impact on local business in that area due to the increased foot traffic. This is what it means to be a true hero. To help even when they don't realize it was you. All Might stated. Izuku was proud of himself for his impact. He didn't care about the recognition either. He just felt good with himself. Soon Izuku found himself in an old warehouse. 2. Welcome to your new training grounds. It's empty currently, but from now on we will meet here to train. The reason we don't use a normal gym is 1, they can't handle OFA, and 2, my form. We will need to do some training that I will transform for, and we can't do that in a public area. All Might said. The warehouse was very long and tall. All Might explained that he bought it near the start of the month and had a company come clean it out and lay a new floor and rewire lights inside. This was so it would be safe for them to train in and not step on old nails or something. I will have the building supplied with everything we need, from gym equipment to a small living area built in so we can stay a few nights if we need to for some reason. This gym is located halfway between your house and UA to be better for the future. It's a bit of a path outside of your current school though. All Might stated. Izuku just thanked him for it and they got to basic training. All Might asked what progress Izuku made and he showed him. I'm able to move freely at 5% and can turn it on within a second of willing its activation. I haven't tried running or anything else in this state yet though. Izuku said. Good job. Now do 5 laps around the room of this building and let's see if you can maintain it during that time. All Might stated. Izuku got to running around the building. After about 3 minutes Izuku came back to the start and finished. He was able to maintain control while running around the inside of the room. Good, and you can easily see the difference in your time since this size with your normal speed would be about 10 minutes of running, instead you did 3. All Might stated. They then started to think out a plan. They would start doing light spars to get Izuku a fighting form going. This spar would be done quirkless and with his quirk. They would also spend a few days of the week working on increasing his control to a higher percentage to find his current limits. When the equipment arrives they would change the schedule up to fit a new training plan. As such, they got to spar practice. Izuku powered up at 5% and All Might grew. So do we go on a countdown or? Izuku asked and All Might just swiped his hand at Izuku's head. No countdowns in hero work. Never assume there is one. All Might stated. Izuku just dodged the best he could and went tumbling several times. He did not enjoy getting a smack from All Might that sent him across the room. 17. This training kept going for 2 more weeks until they took a break when the construction crew came to build the living area and install all of the equipment that All Might ordered. It was weights, obstacle setups, large tires, and many other things that Izuku didn't know of. 1 week later came quickly and Izuku found himself back at the warehouse, but he found an older male there now. Hello sir, are you in the wrong place since this is a private building? Izuku asked and the man just powered his quirk up and attacked. Don't get close to an unknown threat or they might kill you easily, brat. Now power up OFA and start fighting back and let's see how you do. The old man said. Izuku just powered up to 6% that he had and started dodging and attempting to counterattack. Your moves are too noobish and you are telegraphing them all, You are mirroring your mentor too much. Stop being chained by him and get moving, brat. He yelled. Izuku didn't know what he meant by mirroring his mentor too much. He's just trying to throw punches and hit the old man. Then Izuku jumped up after the man when he went into the air out of his reach and started to bounce around to follow him. He noticed he was moving faster than he thought possible. 12. The old man kept yelling different things throughout the fight. Some were that real fights don't have perfect moments and natural dictators never do, since Izuku tried to wait and attack but Gran Torino made that hell by the bruises that were forming. After about 40 minutes of Izuku getting kicked around, a clapping sound could be heard. It was All Might in his skinny form. So how do you think he did, Gran Torino? All Might asked. Izuku was shocked since that was the name of one of the secret holders. The brat is stiff like you said he was. He is also taking after you too much in his movements. He did start to adapt near the end, which was good. I also noticed he moved faster than before, so he has more ability to use OFA in his legs than arms. I think it's due to the fact that he's built as a speed type instead of an overall hitter. Gran Torino stated. All Might thanked him and agreed with his estimate. That's what I thought as well on his build type. He reminds me of a mix between us. He has my strength due to OFA, but he seems better at speeding around and using the speed to add to his attacks than just outright punching. All Might said, and that got Izuku thinking. He did feel faster and felt like his blows did have a bit more strength behind them when he attacked. He decided to move around the place for a bit. 5. He powered up OFA with the focuses on him, using speed to his advantage, and then he bounced off. He felt the difference. He was using 6% before when he was trying to attack while just standing around, but now it felt like he was using 10% to move around. Izuku then started to attack the quirk-resistant dummies and moved around by jumping off the ground and walls. He would land a blow and back off and then kept doing that until he found himself going into a rhythm. Soon though he blasted one of the dummies off its support and broke it. He then heard clapping from behind him. Sorry. I had an idea after you guys were talking about speed type. I noticed when I was moving I felt powerful, and just now I realized I was able to use 10%. It feels like the power is more focused on my lower half with less in my upper half. Izuku explained. Gran Torino thought for a few moments before speaking. That sounds about right. The 7th was a bit more of a speed type and she had a quirk though. She explained the feeling like the energy centered around her quirk and gave it a boost while powering her other body parts, but felt a difference in her legs compared to her arms. You are similar in that you are a speed attacker rather than a brute force like Toshinori here. Gran Torino stated. They talked a bit more and it was decided that Gran Torino would stay at the warehouse moving forward to help train Izuku. Good thing I had the living area built for multiple people then. I'll have a delivery service drop food off in the early morning on Fridays so the place can be restocked. All Might stated. They then talked about training plans for the remaining months. Izuku had just graduated at the end of this month and that left the summer break before UA started, so roughly 4-ish months since the exam was 2 months before the school started. 10. Izuku felt like he was not going to like the remaining 4 months with Gran Torino. It felt like he was going to be covered in bruises left and right, but he wanted to be as good as he could before the exam. All Might on the other hand was fearing for his life. He was glad that Izuku was getting rid of the stiffness and was telegraphing his punches and attacks less now after the hour or so training with Gran Torino. All Might was scared of T would happen to him instead of Izuku. Though there was a random thought that said better Izuku getting beaten by Gran Torino instead of him again, as he remembers throwing up during one of their training sessions in his youth. Yay! Better Izuku than me. Sorry, my boy. I am so sorry I called him. All Might said as he left as soon as he could once everything was decided. They would meet up at the start of next week and let everyone relax over the weekend. 3rd POV. Izuku had arrived at the warehouse and got to warming up and training before Gran Torino even showed back up. Gran was always a bit amazed at the dedication that Izuku had been putting into the training over the past few months. He thought as a normal kid he would slack off here and there, but all he saw was some showboating a few times that stopped as time went on. Though he couldn't blame him for having fun since he did it when he could control his quirk when he was young. Though All Might did make a remark one day that caught Gran's attention. He had mentioned how he kept forgetting that Izuku was only a kid still and would only be turning 15 soon before the exam. All Might explained that due to Izuku being quirkless in today's society, he has had to work so much harder and become more mature due to the treatment he received, that he acts like a pro hero quite a bit when it comes to training for hero work. It's like a switch that happens when the training starts. He will start analyzing everything and anyone that he can see. His notebooks are detailed with many different things which make him an overall rounder when it comes to being a hero. All Might said. Gran had to agree. Strength, speed, agility, and intelligence. He is going to be a monster of a hero when he graduates. Look, our world here, the 9th use of OFA comes, thought Gran Torino as he put his stuff away and was getting ready. 6. Gran has been spending a few days looking at the notebooks and had given the boy tips on how to improve himself. One was to take the notes and create his own style from everything he has seen and learned. All Might soon arrived at the warehouse and they got to training. Izuku was getting better at his sparring with and without a quirk. His control of OFA had arrived at 15% over the past 3 months. They only had 1 month left before the exam and wanted to focus on not increasing the percentage of control but overall fighting ability and tactics he deploys. As such, Izuku was fighting both Gran Torino and All Might at the same time, and it hurt his body a lot with the number of times he got smashed or kicked into the building floor. Izuku even puked up lunch a few times during the week that they started this. Izuku finally understood why All Might feared Gran Torino so much. Izuku currently fighting style was a mix of Gran's and All Might's mixed with a few different things. He adapted himself based on his opponent for the most part and didn't keep himself to one set of fighting tricks. He did learn some basic martial arts though to help him in the event his quirk couldn't be used for some reason. Izuku would focus on quick attacks and then overpowering when their guard was broken or a large opening was present. They also did some different pieces of training where All Might would move large objects and Izuku would have to dodge them as All Might threw them at Izuku, or when Gran Torino would try to kick him when he was dodging. They also made Izuku watch old videos of missions and had him plan out strategies based on information they had present before the mission went off. Izuku was getting better and better at thinking and acting like a pro hero. His physical training also increased and he would keep working no matter if it was cold or hot out. The training never stopped. 9. Soon another half a month had passed and Izuku was currently sitting in his bedroom one night when something weird happened to him. He was floating. They never mentioned something like this happening, Izuku said as he kept trying to push himself down to his bed. However, he kept floating back up to the ceiling. The problem was that his mother was working late that night and his phone was in his bag where he couldn't reach. Crap, how do I get out of this? Izuku thought, but his vision went black as he felt himself fall. 10. Izuku then woke up in a dark void of nothing, but then he felt something behind him. He turned around somehow and saw something. He wasn't in his room anymore, he was in some sort of space and he was floating. It looked like there were stars in the distance but no moon or earth. Just stars everywhere that now lit up the entire void. Then, a few stars turned to different colors, 8 different colors. The spheres were lined up from smallest to biggest. From sliver to a yellow. Then something happened. The stars started to get brighter until it blinded his vision. Then he felt a tap on his shoulder and he turned around quickly. There stood a woman that had black hair and had purple energy around her. Hello, it's been quite a few years since someone could access this level of OFA. You are special, you will meet the first wielder one day, but it's not time yet. For some reason OFA wants you to have my quirk. The woman said, and Izuku was confused about what was going on. He asked her to slow down, but she said that there was no time since he was going to wake up soon. Just know that I'm the 7th user, Nana Shimura. Ask your master for details later, but my quirk was a bit weaker when I had it, but OFA had made it far much stronger. You need to be careful with how you fly or you might go out to space. Nana said as he placed her head on him, and then she disappeared and he woke up in his bed with his mother shaking him. She asked him if he was alright since he had his quirk going for some reason. Sorry, something happened to it. I need to talk to All Might since it seems the past users leave an echo of themselves in the quirk and his master just told me some information. He said as he grabbed his phone and called All Might to meet him at the warehouse again since it was an emergency. All Might couldn't answer before he hanged up and ran to it. The sun was close to setting already, but Izuku didn't care. He needed to figure out what was going on with everything. Soon he arrived and busted in and found Gran Torino and All Might waiting. They asked him what was wrong as they saw him out of breath. "Who was going to tell me about the past users leaving echoes and talking to me. I just talked to the 7th user." Izuku yelled as he tried to catch his breath, and All Might and Gran looked like fish out of the water. They then asked for more details and Izuku explained what happened. Again they looked shell-shocked at learning this new information. They asked him to try and feel for a different quirk, and what do you know, Izuku found one. He then started to float up to the ceiling, but All Might grabbed him before he could float too far. 17. This complicates the training plans. We need to spend the remaining time getting this under control now. Gran Torino said. They also talked about why Izuku was getting a new quirk, and a theory was OFA was compensating due to the fact that Izuku was limited in the percentage control currently, but that was only their guess. They would have to wait until Izuku talked to the first wielder, which Nana hinted at. That was the start of a grueling month of training. This training was even rougher than the previous one since they needed to control a new quirk in 1 month's time, which was painful for Izuku. Gran would kick him so much. They found out a trigger for the float quirk was the feeling of wanting to be weightless. Izuku got that down but was having trouble controlling the direction of the flying portion. He would keep going into other things and smacking his head, which he was glad when they had gotten a helmet for him to wear. Izuku had hit his head a few times before they bought one, and it wasn't fun. After the grueling training went on for that remaining month, it was time for the UA entrance exam in 1 week. They decided to take a break and let Izuku's body rest. They had made good progress. Izuku figured out to control float a bit more and is able to maneuver in the air without using air blasts from OFA, but it was slow currently. As such, Izuku still used the air blast to control his flight until his other method became combat ready. The look Gran gave was one of pain and suffering until they figured it all out. 14. As Izuku was resting during the week before the UA exam, he thought back on some of the conversations that he has had over the past months since finding out about the origins of One for All. Izuku had asked for more details about how One for All started, since getting new quirks seemed really impossible unless the origins of One for All were special. It wasn't a very good story to learn of. Don't worry, my boy. All for One is dead. The wounds I have are from him, and I crushed his head in that fight. I have no belief that he is alive. If he was, I would face him first before you would anyway. All Might stated, since he could see the nervous feelings that Izuku was having about where OFA came from. Then they talked about the objective of One for All. All Might explained that the objective was to stop AFO, which he did, and now it's just to keep the world safe, since All Might would have to retire in roughly 5 years at his current rate of power, leaving him. So they should be good, since Izuku will graduate by then anyway and the safety of the public would be ensured. 9. What do we do about the problem of gaining more quirks? We can adjust my registration to account for this, but others that don't fit will be hard to explain away. Also, what happens if his followers are still around and see me as his second coming? Izuku asked worriedly. This was a fair question. Regarding the quirks, we will have to see as they come. Nezu will be a helpful hand in solving the issue once you're in UA, but we are getting into risky territory about the secret of OFA. No one to my knowledge has shown the signs of more than 2 quirks. We also don't know how many quirks you will get. All Might said. They knew there was a chance for 6 more quirks total, but that is assuming each wielder had a quirk, since 2 wielders were already quirkless. 14. The problem of the followers of All for One can be more directly handled as they come and get rid of. If you notice anyone following you or acting strange, let us know and we will look into it. Gran Torino stated. That is really all they could do at this point, was wait and see for both the quirk issue and the possible evil followers that lie in waiting around the world. Soon they got to training again after they finished the conversations of how One for All started. Another day that Izuku remembered was when Izuku got his daily beatings from Gran Torino, and he had made a big mistake. This was from when Gran had just really started out in helping train Izuku. Gran had taken some bread and placed them on the side of his head and asked him what he was. Izuku knew the answer was an idiot sandwich. Gran did this because he made a stupid mistake and had let his guard down during one of the fighting spars. Izuku decided to open his mouth and be a smart ass that day. It didn't turn out well for him. Gran just kicked Izuku left and right and made him throw up lunch. "Clean it up if you want to be a smartass," Gran said as he walked away. 19. Another memory that Izuku went through was the fact that he had declined a recommendation from All Might to attend UA as well. "I know we might do an internship or something, but I want to wait until my 3rd year if you still have hero time left. I want to grow on my own name before people associate us together," Izuku said, and All Might was happy to meet this request. He understood Izuku and his feeling of wanting to branch out before he was associated with All Might, otherwise it would always be about All Might being his master and not him being a hero who was a student of All Might. As Izuku was going through his memories of his training, he could only feel happy with himself since he had come so far with his mentors helping him. As such, he wanted to make them proud and was aiming to score 1st place in the entrance exam if he could do it. He had told them his goals and they encouraged him to try for it. With the combination of OFA and float, it's possible. "Just be careful not to break bones," Gran Torino yelled. Gran was still pissed when he learned how All Might had told Izuku to activate the quirk the first time around, and let us say All Might didn't show up for hero work that day. All Might could barely move from the beating that Gran gave, and Izuku shuddered at the sight. He himself knew not to piss Gran Torino off anymore, or else you will suffer the fate of a beating. Gran doesn't care who it is since he has already wiped the floor with the so-called number 1 in his words. Izuku just patted his master's back that day and said sweet nothings into his ear as his master calmed down from the beating. 35. Izuku shuddered out of his thoughts of that day. Izuku decided to just go to sleep and wake up early since the exam was on the next day. As such, Izuku fell to sleep and was ready to take the next day by storm. He was going to start declaring that he was here and ready to support the world. 3rd POV. Izuku woke up the next day from his dream and got ready for the day. Today was the day of the entrance exam and he was going to take it by storm. He ate breakfast with his mother and wished her goodbye. He received messages of good luck from All Might and Gran Torino and he thanked them. However, the closer he got to the school, the less and less he felt like he could do this. Izuku soon started chanting things to himself like that it's fine and everything would be fine. That he had prepared for anything that could happen and that he would do amazing. Yay, the chanting didn't do much for him, as the closer he got the worse he became. Izuku looked like a nervous wreck by the time that he arrived at UA. His hair had gotten messy, and he felt like he would throw up any moment now. Izuku was even obsessing over his shoelaces being uneven or how his jacket was leaning to one side too far or another. He was doing anything he could to distract his thoughts. 7. He couldn't find anything else to distract his thoughts and had to go to the registration desk now or else he wouldn't get to sign in. He walked over to the registration table and started the sign-in process. After about 5 minutes he was done and handed a paper that showed him what door to go through and where to go sit when he got in the exam room. The instructions were strict and left no room to argue on going to the restroom. They didn't want anyone running off. If you went off the path from your test room, then you would be failed from the test right off the back. Izuku noticed quite a few ectoplasm clones hiding around in places waiting for people to try and walk off the designated area. The written exam forced people into different exam rooms from people you went to school with to avoid cheating with friends. As such, Izuku didn't have to sit with any of his former classmates, which helped his nerves since he saw a few of them at the school. Izuku waited around 5 minutes in the exam room before a few teachers walked in and started to hand out a test for them to take. The exam had the standard sections of math, reading, English, and other things. It also had a section on analysis that was worth extra points. Izuku had done the sections quite easily since he always had to self-study due to teachers destroying his work and tanking his grades. As such, he got ahead of his classmates and had already studied first-year material for high schools. This allowed him to go through the basic sections quite easily. The analysis section had them break down quirks and its strength and weakness. They also had to give a battle plan for several missions based on the limited information that was provided. Izuku took his time in this section since he knew he could likely score all of the extra points if he did them well enough. He spent years doing his book and this was a spot to put that knowledge to use. As such, He made sure his answers were detailed and straight to the point in areas that would require as such. Soon the test came to an end and everyone handed in their tests. They were dismissed and sent towards the auditorium. Some made a beeline to restrooms or sitting area, but Izuku went right for the auditorium to get ready and relax before the physical portion of the exam. He wanted to focus on it and only it. He started to read the pamphlet that was provided to them. After about 5 minutes the room started to get filled gradually. After another 5 minutes of waiting the entire room was filled up. Everyone was now sitting and waiting for the exam to start. Everyone around Izuku just ignored him, which was fine with him. Present Mike came up on the stage and started to talk. Present Mike started to talk about each of the robots and how they were worth a different point value. The 1-pointer, the 2-pointer, and the 3-pointers. He then talked about the last robot, which was worth 0 points and was there to just cause trouble for everyone. The teacher asked if anyone had any questions and no one raised their hands. As such, Present Mike said a few last words before telling everyone to exit the main doors and that there would be buses with their assigned letter waiting to take them to their exam site. After the short bus ride to the exam site, Izuku found himself before gigantic gates. There were roughly around 200 or so people in the test site with him. Izuku made his way towards the front and was waiting for the gates to open. He remembered the words of All Might. There is no go in the hero world, nor is there a countdown. He stated during one training. Izuku knew that UA produced top heroes and would not hold back. As such, even though he wanted to analyze all the quirks around him, he needed to be ready. Present Mike came out of a control room and walked on the wall. He looked at everyone and asked if they were ready. They did respond this time, unlike in the auditorium where they refused to answer. "Ah, getting pumped, I see. Well, 10, 9 go," Mike said. Everyone looked confused to expect one person. About 40 seconds later they all heard a sound from inside and they saw Izuku destroying robots. Some complained he had an early start and Mike just yelled, "There is no go in the hero world." Everyone started running at those words. It was chaos as 200-odd people tried to get through the gate and get points. Some were shoving each other and yelling. Izuku was already deep inside the exam area getting point after point. He was already at 20 points by the time the other people ran in. He used the float to get a good speed going after he kicked off from the ground. That is how he got deep inside the test site. 2. Izuku could be seen jumping across the walls of buildings as he sped his way through the city. He was ripping robots' heads off left and right. He grabbed one robot and just tossed it at another, causing them both to blow up. Izuku used his strengths, speed to generate stronger hitting and kicking force. He used robots to bounce off each of them, but the kicking force from pushing away would rip the robot's head off. As Izuku was making his way through the exam, he did stop and save a few people, but they yelled at him for getting in their way when it was clear they were being overwhelmed by the robots. Izuku just smiled and jumped away. He used float mainly as a speed booster when he needed to start off, since he would use the buildings as his terrain during fighting instead of just constantly floating around. While all the students were taking the exam, the staff was in the room talking about the exam takers. They didn't see a lot of people that they liked. There was also a tired-looking hobo that was in the exam room who just groaned at the screen. The others heard the groan from the main, which indicated that he was awake now. "Aizawa, so good of you to wake up. We are in an exam after all," Nezu said with a fake cheer in his voice at his staff member sleeping during the exam. Aizawa looked around at the screens and groaned. "None of them are really good from the looks of it. I see several that have attacked each other, which kicks them out of the exam anyway," he stated. The other staff just agreed with that assessment. They didn't really see anyone that stood out compared to previous years. Only a few good ones this year. The rest are disappointing, Nezu said with his usual cheer that the staff could tell was fake. 1. Aizawa saw a green-hair exam taker that was smiling all of the time, which he found annoying. It reminded him of All Might, who smiles non-stop. The principal pointed out a few others that were thrown on the main screen. "Give me the main ones you like, and if they survive me, then well, good for them, since I'm betting we will get rid of everyone else," Aizawa said as he got back into his sleeping bag and just drank coffee he stole from another staff member that yelled at him for it. Nezu said he would, while the other homeroom teacher just complained about the lack of good students in his class. 1. Now back on the field with the exam takers, they all felt the ground start shaking. Izuku looked around and tried to find what was causing the shaking, and then he saw it. When they said it was an obstacle to avoid, I didn't think it meant it was taller than all the damn buildings. That's as tall as the main UA building, Izuku thought as he started to move out of the way. Izuku knew there was only a handful of minutes remaining and he felt like he had enough points for the entire exam. 1. As Izuku was moving away, he saw two people were arguing in the path of the 0-pointer. Are they really doing that here and now? He thought. Izuku changed his path and got to the students. You guys, we need to move now. The robot is coming this way, Izuku stated, and they just ignored him. The robot was getting closer and closer. Screw it, Izuku thought as he powered up OFA and just lifted the two boys onto his shoulders and ran away with them, now yelling at him. 3. Izuku watched as he turned his head and he saw the robot wipe out several blocks of buildings. Dear God, isn't that a bit too much UA? Izuku thought. Izuku soon arrived at the start area and let the two down that he carried. He also saw that a few people were struggling to escape, so Izuku went back and pulled them out of the destroyed zones. He had helped around 8 people get out of the giant robot's path before the exam was called. Izuku was exhausted from the exam. The 2 exam takers that he had saved the first time had come up to him and yelled at him. Why did you get involved in our matter? They asked him. Izuku just looked confused at this point. You were standing right in front of the 0-pointer's path and were going to get hurt. Why would I just leave you two there? Izuku said. They just said they didn't need help and they would have been fine. Izuku just shook his head since he didn't believe that one bit. He started to walk away and noticed a small line of students, and he saw Recovery Girl at the front of the line. She saw him and looked him up and down and then nodded her head. Guess she thinks I will break my bones again. I only did that once, Izuku thought. Izuku made his way through everyone and headed towards the gate of the mock city. Izuku was happy with his results. He thought he was going to pass easily but was also exhausted. 8. Though, the anxiety did kick in when he arrived at the warehouse. Izuku was going through his thoughts of if saving those students counted as interfering in their exams and would cost him his spot at UA since he felt he had gotten enough points. Izuku was now full-blown panicking. Then he was knocked out of his thoughts when a cane hit him across his back. Ouch, Izuku said as he turned around and saw Gran Torino standing there. Kid, you are panicking and looking like someone told you All Might had become a villain, Gran said. Izuku didn't find that last part funny. Izuku started to talk about the exam and how everything went. What if I'm docked points for interfering in their exam? I know I saved them, but what if they didn't need help and the teachers remove points from me? Izuku said after he explained everything. Gran just looked at Izuku and then hit him with his cane. You were really dense when you need to be, Gran stated. Izuku was confused. Gran then explained that Izuku was going to be fine and that he wouldn't lose points for what he did. He explained if he had attacked them then yes he could be disqualified or lose points, but he wouldn't for what he did. 4. Gran then explained that the exam had another hidden test inside of itself but didn't go into the details of what it was. He did say that saving people was a part of the hidden test and that he would be fine since he had taught at the school for a year. Soon Izuku calmed down enough and they got back to training. They wanted to get Float under the best control that they could get it, but also work on One for All itself now. Izuku was currently sitting at 15% and they had a goal of getting that to 25% by the end of the first year since they needed to train 2 quirks instead of just 1. They had set up some taller obstacles that Izuku had to use Float and One for All to get around. These obstacles hang from the ceiling and the goal was to not touch One while moving through them. If Izuku touched One then he had to restart and Gran Torino would make him run around the gym 10 times without a quirk while carrying a bag of weights on his back. It was brutal but also efficient training that drove Izuku to be careful and efficient in his movements since Gran would constantly increase the number of weights in the bag and Izuku never knew how much was in the bag each time. Izuku currently could get through 25% of the obstacle course without hitting something. 5. The training contained without rest since they only had about 1 month before the school would start up. They wanted to get as much training in while they could. Izuku also used this training as a way to distract his mind from the entrance exam results that he would receive in about a week or so. All Might had texted him and told him not to worry about it, and he likely did amazing. All Might had to return to his agency the day before the exam to do some work but would be back in time for the results. Third POV. We could find all the staff together going over the class rosters a few days after the exam. They were annoyed due to the fact that almost no exam takers had what Aizawa would call potential. Aizawa always found the exam annoying due to it just being a competition of smashing robots. He found it illogical. He was currently flicking through the student files for his class, though he wasn't reading them in detail since he never does that until after having them for a week. That is if they survive that long. He thought. He noticed that most are not impressive at all, but again it was a competition of smashing robots. Across from Aizawa was Principal Nezu, who was drinking his tea with his usual smile on his face. He was talking to the other staff members. Unfortunately, the batch of exam takers and now students that we are having aren't that impressive compared to the previous years. They all lack a lot and wouldn't turn into good heroes. Nezu stated. Some staff wanted to protest this since it was only a short exam that the students could show off, but Aizawa had cut into that. I believe some of you did the rescue points this year and would be able to agree with Nezu's statement. No, he stated, and the teachers that did just stopped talking and then nodded their heads. Only a small group of students got rescue points, which was the hidden test to judge people on their basic hero traits. One exam taker did score quite a bit in the rescue points. It was one Izuku Midoriya who had scored the highest in the combat section as well. Midoriya had scored 65 villain points with 50 rescue points due to all the people he had saved, which granted him a total of 115 points total, which was 5 points lower than All Might's score. 6. Aizawa felt like the boy was holding back and he was going to teach the boy a lesson during the first day on holding back. Kid better have a good damn reason for holding back or else I'll just get rid of him. Aizawa thought. He listened back to the conversation the other staff was having. They were talking about what to do with the students since a lot of the students that would pass the exam and be accepted didn't really have any potential. One staff suggested that they shrink the class size from 2 classes and do only 1 instead. Everyone looked at Snipe, who had stated this. Aizawa agreed with him since most didn't have potential. 9. Nezu looked like he was thinking as some teachers protested this since they would be directly changing the exam results from 40 passing to 20 people passing. Nezu then spoke and said that they were allowed to do it. It's been done before closer to the start of UA starting, but there is precedent for it. It was used mainly when they would vote on how many people to accept, but it stopped later on when it became normal for all schools to have 2 classes of 20 each since heroics became more and more popular. We can just start doing it again until we no longer need it. Nezu stated. The other heroes like Hound Dog and Midnight stopped protesting since it was done before, so they accepted it. The other homeroom teacher complained since it was decided that all the students that were allowed in would be placed in Aizawa's hands. Nezu did this due to his excelling habits. 8. Everyone knew he did it for that reason. He wants to get rid of anyone that he doesn't approve of. Thought everyone at Nezu's actions. They soon started talking a bit more and they voted to approve the decision at the end. It came out with nearly everyone supporting it except the other homeroom teacher that wouldn't get students this year. To be honest, Aizawa hasn't liked the other man since he was far too lax in his teaching. He suspected Nezu was trying to force the man out without directly firing him. All the teachers hoped that some of the students would survive the Demon No as Eraserhead and that they would at least have some students to teach for this year's classes, or they all might find too much free time on their hands, which is never good to have with Nezu around. As if sensing their thoughts, Nezu just smirked at them and laughed as he drank his tea. 4. As the decision was made, only 1 class of 20 students would be present this year at UA. Those 2 letters were sent out, which included the 4 recommendation spots that they had to have due to agreements with the board. Though them surviving, Aizawa is not agreed with the board though. 2 weeks after the meeting, the letters had arrived at people's homes. One letter found its way to one Midoriya Izuku. Izuku could hear his mother call for him quickly. Izuku, come here quickly, the letter is here. Come on. Get down here, she said as she was getting happier and happier. Izuku left the home gym and quickly made his way down the steps and almost ran into his mother. He saw the envelope on the kitchen counter. He grabbed it and sat down with his mother in the living room. He slowly opened the envelope up and saw a disc fall out. "What?" Izuku asked, then the disc came on. "Hello. I am Aizawa Shota, the heroics teacher at UA High. You placed in the top spot for the practical and scored a total of 115 points. This was 5 points under all mites recorded. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya. You might be wondering where the extra points came from, but they are due to saving people. Heroics is more than just defeating the villain. It's about saving people, and the practical exam had a hidden portion inside of itself. Congratulations. This is your Hero Academia." The screen blinks out and the device shuts off. Izuku was in shock. He was 5 points away from beating his master's score. Inko snapped out first and then just hugged Izuku and congratulated him. "You did it, Izuku. You did it," she said as she cried a bit. 10 after they finished crying together and decided to have some food to celebrate. Izuku decided that he would go to the warehouse. He texted both Grand and All Might that he received his results and was going to head to the warehouse. They texted that they would be there. Gran was always there since he lived there nearly all the time now. Izuku soon arrived and found his mentors waiting for him. 2. I did it. I passed the exam and I took first place. Izuku stated as he rushed inside the building. They congratulated him and asked what score did he get. Izuku explained the score breakdown and All Might made the comment that it was only 5 points under his score. Gran though made the comment that Izuku probably did better on the written test, which All Might just scratched his neck at remembering how horrible he did. "Yay. Not my best moment when I nearly failed the written exam," he stated, and Izuku was shocked at that fact. They talked about many things but also talked about how happy they were that Izuku didn't break his bones. 4 Soon Izuku made his way back to his home and went to sleep. They kept training for the remaining time before the school started, and soon it was upon them. All Might would be spending his days at the agency since Izuku would be in school most of the time but would only be a phone call away. He would show back up at the warehouse at the end of the day to help train on the scheduled days, while Gran Torino would take care of all of the other times. Izuku smacked his alarm when it started going off. "I am here. I am here. I am." He smacked it with his quirk though and broke it. "I'm glad I put the limited edition one away, or else I would have broken it by now," Izuku thought as he got out of bed. He quickly got changed because today would be the first day of school and he refused to be late. Even though he had a quirk now, he still felt nervous about teachers. They have never been helpful to him. The only adults outside of his mother that has helped Izuku has been All Might and Gran Torino. 6 Izuku threw on his UA uniform and went downstairs and started to eat with his mother. "Good morning, sweetie. You forgot the tie," Inko said as she went and grabbed it to tie around his neck. Soon she came back down with the tie and started to tie it as Izuku finished eating his breakfast. "I'm so proud of you, sweetie. Have a good day and show them what you're made of," Inko said as she kissed his forehead, and he went out the door. After the 10-minute ride on the train, he arrived outside of the gateway for UA. 6 Izuku was in wonder at the size. Even though he was here for the exam a month before, the building was still shocking and grand to look at. Izuku made his way into the building and made his way to his classroom. After about 5 minutes of walking, he arrived at the door for Class 1A. Izuku was marveled at the size of the door but steeled his nerves and grabbed the door and opened it. He stepped in and was greeted by most of the students already being present. There were a group of girls in the back laughing at something while some boys were talking loudly near the front. One boy was being a pervert from what Izuku could see. He was using his quirk to look up a girl's skirt. "I was a fool thinking they would be better than middle school, since I'm doubting any of them had a rough childhood with their quirks," Izuku thought. He sat down and waited for homeroom to start. He got a notebook out and was ready for class. After a few more minutes of waiting, the rest of the students arrived and Izuku noticed something in the door when he looked to his right. It was a caterpillar with a face. 10 The face made eye contact with Izuku and then entered more. "Sit down and shut up. It's time for homeroom to start," the man said. Some people followed his order but a few didn't. They questioned who he was. "I'm Aizawa Sensei, your homeroom teacher." "Now shut up and sit down. Last warning," the teacher stated. The remaining students complied. "You all took over a minute to quiet down and sit down. That is a waste of time for hero course students. Get better. Now, take these uniforms and go get change. Meet me in the field behind the building." Aizawa stated. Izuku just got up and grabbed the uniform, followed by two other boys that had also sat down and got ready when they first walked in. The rest of the students didn't get up and move until Aizawa barked out the order again, snapping everyone out of their shock. Aizawa just let out a disappointed sigh at the display of the students. Looks like quite a few will be leaving early, he thought as he also headed out to the field after the last uniform was taken. He arrived to find one of the people he had some interest in on the field already. It was Izuku Midoriya, who was warming up with stretches. At least he is smart to assume we will be doing physical work, Aizawa thought as he waited for everyone else to arrive. After about 10 minutes they all arrived. You all took too long changing. In hero work that isn't acceptable. In those 10 minutes, someone could have died already, he stated. Some scoffed at the comment, which annoyed Aizawa. Oh, Aizawa was going to get so much enjoyment out of expelling some of these brats. He already had at least one on his list to get rid of today. 5. Midoriya, you placed first in the entrance exam. How far could you throw during middle school? Aizawa asked, and all 19 other pairs of eyes were on Izuku, which made him nervous. About 60 meters, sir, Izuku responded as he caught a ball from Aizawa. Aizawa told him to get into the white circle and throw it the best he could using his quirk. Izuku got into the circle and power 1 for all up to his current max of 15%. He didn't use float since it didn't provide any boost here. He threw it and it went about 700 meters. We will be doing a physical test where you are allowed to use your quirks to pass, Aizawa stated. Some of the students mentioned how this would be easy to do. This ticked Aizawa off, so he raised the stakes. If it is so easy, then the last place person will be judged with no potential and expelled from UA. We are a freestyle teaching school, so yes, I can expel you before any of you complain about it, Aizawa said. They all were shocked. Izuku was scared, but he gripped his fists and gritted his teeth and had a look of determination in his eyes that Aizawa noticed. He also noticed it in the two other boys that got out of the class quickly as well. At least those 3 rose to the challenge. They haven't been deemed the top students this year for nothing. Though the bar was low to start with, Aizawa thought. Tensum though complained that it wasn't fair. Aizawa shut that down quickly though as he talked about natural disasters and villain attacks. Think discrimination is fair? It's not, yet it happens to people on a daily basis. Being a hero means correctly as much unfairness in this world as we can, Aizawa stated as he glared at some of the students. As such, they got to work and the tests began. Izuku was analyzing people's quirks as the test went off. He kind of felt annoyance at the lack of creativity for some of the quirks. For example, one person had a quirk that allowed them to create spikes out of the ground. They could have used the spike to create a path across the long jump and got them across with it, since they didn't need to touch the ground to create the spike. They only had to send energy into the ground, which could be done while in the air to make the spike grow at a fast pace to get them across. Izuku and the 2 other boys that he sat by in class were placed at the top of the charts for all the exams. Izuku was also placing first for mostly everything. He did come in second on the side-to-side steps due to a kid with a quirk that was perfect for it. Izuku got creative in most of the tests. He used his float in the 50-meter dash by floating up and then kicking off, which allowed a high speed to be gained, which he maintained by sending out blasts of air to keep the speed. Soon the tests came to an end and Izuku found his name on the scoreboard. He had placed first and was followed by the 2 other students that were more disciplined in the class. Izuku had just learned the names off the board and would try talking to them later on when he got the chance. As everyone saw their position, the person in last was a girl that had joined the loud group of girls. They were the ones that also called this test fun and called it unfair to get expelled. Aizawa looked at her and said, I told you. The person in the last place is expelled. Also, rank number 15th is expelled as well. Don't think I didn't see you being a pervert and looking up the girls' skirts. You also could have done better in this test but choose not to. Both of you go to the principal's office since you were done, Aizawa stated. Everyone was shocked. He had meant it. The girl and the perverted boy walked away with tears in their eyes. Some of the other students in the class were laughing at the 2 of them. This didn't go over well for them at all. The class started with 20 and dropped to 18. Now it just dropped to 12 people as Eraserhead just called out 6 names. 14. You 6 that I just called out. Go to the counselor's office and get switched to general education. You won't be staying in this class anymore. You're out of the hero course. Aizawa stated, and everyone was even more shocked. They asked why they were getting kicked and Aizawa stated that they had no maturity for the hero course. U6 started laughing at the other two because they got kicked out and scored lower. As such, you're not fit to be heroes. Aizawa stated, and they tried to argue. He reminded them that the UA hero course is run as the teacher sees fit and that he could do what he wants. Aizawa stated this while texting on his phone. Izuku assumed it was telling the principal what he just did. Aizawa told everyone to get changed and go home since the day was over, but warned that it was only going to get rougher from here on out. Aizawa did call Izuku over though before he could leave. Yes, sensei? Izuku asked nervously. As of now, you're on thin ice unless you can explain why you didn't do better. I don't know how much, but I am betting you were holding power back. So explain why now. Aizawa said as his eyes grew red and Izuku felt his quirk disappear. You're Eraserhead, the erasing hero. Oh, your quirk is so cool, Izuku said, and Aizawa raised an eyebrow at Izuku's words but called him back to the point. Izuku blushed and then started to talk. Yes. You are right that I'm limiting how much power I'm currently using. I can only use 15% of my strength aspect and I'm still getting used to the flying, floating aspect. I've only started using my quirk for roughly under a year now. Izuku said as he lowered his head, fearing his teacher would expel him for being quirkless before. Aizawa was shocked. Explain. Do you mean you only started working on it in the past year? He asked, and Izuku corrected the misunderstanding. No. I only received it less than a year ago. I've been diagnosed as quirkless up into the last year of middle school. The strength aspect came during my last year of middle school and I somehow activated the floating portion roughly 1 month before the exam. The theory was that I had to increase my muscle mass enough to even house the strength aspect. The first time I used my quirk I broke my arm into parts. I was actually brought to UA and was healed by Recovery Girl if you need verification of this. The arm was that bad, Izuku said as he was really nervous. He then looked at his teacher who had a weird face. Izuku had to know. Was he going to be expelled? Sir. Are you going to expel me? Izuku asked. One Aizawa felt like he was hit as he recoiled from that question. Though it was a fair one since he had just gotten rid of so many students in one go. No problem, child, I won't expel you for being quirkless before. This just answers some questions I needed to know since I felt you were holding back, which you have good reason to. Thank you for telling me about this. You're free to go as I need to read your file to make sure I'm up to date on your quirk so we can plan your training better since you have years of difference to make up. Aizawa stated. Izuku walked off in a hurry. Kid might actually be better than I thought. I need to verify the story with his file and Recovery Girl, but it does explain his nervousness that was weird for someone with his quirk. Quirkless people are not treated kindly in our society. Aizawa thought as he left to go verify the story and do the paperwork for the people he got rid of. 11 As such, the first day came to an end. The class started at 20 and now they're down to 12 students. This means there are only 12 first years in the hero course altogether. This is a small number that will only decrease with time unknown to them, and not all will leave the class due to expulsion. 3rd Pav. Izuku arrived in class the next day and saw the 2 boys that ranked at the top with him yesterday were the only ones in the classroom so far. Izuku decided to introduce himself to them and get to know them better since they seemed the most disciplined in the class. As such, Izuku walked up and introduced himself. Hello, you two. My name is Midoriya, Izuku. Nice to meet you guys, Izuku said as he introduced himself. They looked at him and introduced themselves. The first boy to introduce himself was named Salazar, Kenneth. He had bluish hair and red eyes. He was just a few centimeters taller than Izuku at 169 centimeters while Izuku was 165 centimeters. Hello, I'm Salazar, but I don't care if people call me by my first name, Kenneth, he stated, and he also explained his quirk to Izuku, which was Blade Master. He could create red blades of different lengths out of his arm and it consumed his body fat. As such, he always needed to keep some fat on his body. The longer the blade is, the weaker the durability would be, so he stuck to shorter blades most of the time and did close combat. The next person introduces themselves. The second boy was named Lloyd, Hadai. Yo, I'm Lloyd, had I. I don't care what people call me either, but most don't call me my first name due to the weird name. Most just call me Lloyd even if they are really close. Lloyd stated with a smirk on his face. Izuku felt like Lloyd was going to be the crazy type of person. Lloyd then explained his quirk and how he can use it in combat. Izuku found his feeling of manipulation quite amazing. It could be used for more than just combat. Rescues as well if it can be done. You could apply positive emotions to your teammates to help them get up and going if they were discouraged or being beaten. You could install calmness and safety into civilians that are scared or little kids to ensure you can get them out of the combat area easier, Izuku said as he muttered about many things. Then Izuku heard some whispers from other people. Their other classmates had walked into the classroom without Izuku realizing it, and they were talking about how he could use his quirk on them to hinder them in class. Izuku could tell Lloyd was sensitive about that and bet that he got picked on for that aspect of possibility. Izuku refused to keep his mouth shut. How about you all shut up? You're whispering bullshit about him possibly using his quirk on you when he hasn't done shit. You are pathetic if this is how you think hero in trainings should act, Izuku stated. Salazar just agreed with Izuku and called them out on their words. Lloyd looked happy at them standing up for him. Then they heard a cough from the door. They saw Aizawa-sensei. He did not look, please. 6. To let you all know. I did hear all of that. To those that were talking shit. This is your one and only warning. Discriminate against someone for their quirk and I will kick you out of my class. Do you understand? Aizawa asked. They nodded their heads and he told Izuku to sit down so the class could start. Izuku sat down next to the two boys and started to listen to the class. The class for the most part was normal. Soon they made it to lunch. Izuku and the two boys all sat together. Lloyd had thanked them for standing up for him and Salazar told him it was no problem. He stated that he had gotten bullied a bit in the past because people thought he would become a villain due to his quirk's nature of only really being useful for combat. We three can be friends from now on, Salazar said, and Izuku had a tear down his face. They noticed and asked what was wrong. It's nothing. I've just never had friends. I've always been bullied since my quirk came in late and I was assumed quirkless for most of my life, Izuku said with a few tears in his eyes. The two other boys froze. They knew what bullying was like and they knew the statistics for those that were quirkless. Shit. When the hell did he get his quirks? They thought. They had asked him and Izuku told the truth that he's only had it for under a year now. Well, no problem then. We three are the misfits then, Lloyd stated as both boys hugged Izuku. Izuku just hugged back since he didn't know what to do. Friendship was a new concept for him and he wished they would never go away. Though poor Izuku didn't know what fate had in store for him and his two friends. The world is cruel after all, though they have time before fate comes for them each. 43. Soon lunch came to an end and it was time to return to the classroom. Izuku and his new friends noticed the looks that they got from the other students in the class. Honestly, at this point, Izuku didn't want to learn any of their names. He only studied their quirk due to having heroic classes with them. Though speaking of heroic class, there is one coming up right now. Aizawa-sensei walked into the classroom and told everyone to get their outfit cases and go get changed and head to the training grounds. Izuku and his two friends quickly changed and got to the control room for the training ground and waited. They did find another teacher there waiting with their homeroom teacher. Lloyd and Salazar are wearing the outfits in the pictures above, while Izuku is wearing the one below. Ignore the black whip portion. Everything else is as shown in the picture for his outfit. They all liked their outfits and Izuku was glad he allowed Gran Torino and All Might to design his outfit. All Might had his friend David Shield create the outfit so it would hold up to the force of One for All. Though All Might did say that David did not know about the quirk. He did know that All Might had taken Izuku under his wing and that was it. The three boys waited and waited for about 5 minutes and the others finally arrived. Aizawa groaned and made a comment about wasting time. The other teacher was introduced as Snipe. They were told they would be doing a battle round inside a wooded area that they had set up. The trees weren't too close to each other that it limited movement, but they were still dense enough that people had to be careful with attacks. The class was split up into teams of 3 and Izuku and the two boys had landed on the same team, which made them happy. Izuku team was called up first and were put against 2 boys and 1 girl. The objective of the match was the elimination of the other team. Izuku, Lloyd, and Salazar talked a plan out. How good is everyone at close combat? Izuku asked. They each responded that they were decent at it and could hold on in a quirkless fight and some quirked combat in close quarters. Salazar was better than Lloyd due to the nature of his quirk. Izuku was also good and would be better in this forest since he could use the trees to move around. I was thinking Lloyd provides support by using his quirk to place the feeling of tiredness or sleepiness onto the others. Salazar and I could engage in close combat with Salazar being in the front mostly, and I would use my speed to maneuver through the forest and attack from any weak point I can find. Izuku stated. They talked it over for a few more minutes and adjusted the plan. Lloyd would also be up close to Salazar in the fighting, and since he has worked on capture gear that is on his arms so he could grab people and use it to trip people. They noticed it was similar to their teacher's support gear but a bit different since the teacher gear was meant to capture while Lloyd's was to hold and just really trip people up. Soon the round was called to start and they got to work. Izuku moved up into the air with float and used the trees as bounce pads and kept himself above the other two. After about 5 minutes of searching, they found the other team. They knew the quirks of the other team. One girl had a repulsion quirk that she could send things flying away from her from blades, rocks, or people. One guy had a quirk that allowed him to absorb the texture of material so he could turn his skin into rock or metal. The other guy had a quirk that allowed him to send electric blasts at people. Overall, very powerful quirks. However, powerful quirks mean nothing in front of strategy and teamwork. The other team didn't notice Izuku in the air. He used this and got behind them and waited for the fight to start. As Lloyd started impacting their emotions, the opposing team noticed and were resisting the sleepiness that Lloyd was throwing onto them. Their moves were a bit sluggish. Salazar rushed the girl and fought her as the other two boys were moving. Izuku kicked off and landed a kick to the side of the person with the absorption quirk. They yelled out in pain, which caught the attention of their teammates. Lloyd used that moment and tripped up the other boy. Salazar broke from the girl and charged the boy that Lloyd tripped up and knocked him on the neck with the handle of the knife he had made, knocking him out. Salazar then started to fight the girl again. Lloyd tied the down boy up to get him called from the match. Izuku used the confusion and jumped back up and bounced off different trees and kept sending small air blasts at the boy with the electrical blast quirk, which kept him from attacking Izuku's teammates. Lloyd and Salazar both teamed up against the girl who was resisting now, and after about 5 minutes were able to tie her up since she just kept getting tired from the feelings that Lloyd was sending her via his quirk. The last boy had let his guard down when he heard his teammate curse when she got captured. At that moment Izuku went for a close combat attack and landed a kick to the guy's stomach. This sent him stumbling backward due to the force behind the kick and threw up his lunch. Izuku then pinned him down to the ground until his teammates came over and placed him in capture tape since the guy was struggling, and the moment Izuku let up he would attack. The match was called. Both teams headed back to the control room where the teachers started to talk about what went wrong and what went right. The winning team did pretty much everything correct and thought it out on a level of a pro. They knew their individual weaknesses and compensated with each other. Salazar is better at close combat than Lloyd, so they had him in front and Lloyd supporting him. Midoriya is good at speed and surprise attacks due to his strength and float aspects of his quirk. They knew when to help each other and when to stick to their opponent. Aizawa said. The room was silent. The three boys stood next to each other and fist bumped each other. The other team was glaring at them. Snipe then talked about the losing team. The team that lost didn't plan at all. They also didn't observe all of their surroundings even when they knew the other team had a member that could go via air. This leads to a costly mistake and allowed them to be ambushed, which lead to their team falling apart. Snipe stated. The other matches then started. Overall, the teachers ripped into the students since they all didn't do that well except Izuku's team. Even though the teachers pointed it out the first round, the other teams still didn't plan, and Izuku could see Aizawa getting annoyed by his classmates. The battle training class had come to an end. The class was dismissed and told to go change and go home. Izuku and everyone else quickly got changed and left. Lloyd had asked Izuku and Salazar if they wanted to hang out. They agreed and decided to go to an arcade that was nearby. Izuku texted his mother, Gran Torino, and All Might that he was going to hang out with new friends that he made in class so he would be late for his training. They texted back that it was fine since they were happy he was making new friends. All Might had learned of Izuku's more detailed past, and let us say it wasn't pretty. The moment Izuku graduated, All Might had lawyers tear the school apart in a police investigation. All of the teachers are now in prison while some students that tried to go to hero schools were blacklisted. All Might didn't tell Izuku he was doing this until it happened when Izuku found it on the news. Though Inko never heard of it since they kept it between them and Gran Torino. 17. Izuku and the two arrived at the arcade and started to play different games. Izuku was enjoying his time so much. "Thank you guys for bringing me here. This is the first time I've been since I had no reason to come in the past," Izuku said as he was laughing and holding his side. Lloyd just responded with a no problem. Salazar just said, "Remember, we are the three misfits. We shall stick together to the end," he said. They all cheered for the misfits. Soon an hour passed and it was time for Izuku to go train. Izuku headed off and arrived at the warehouse after about 10 minutes of walking. Izuku talked about the fun he had with his new friends and how the day went. "Some of the class is definitely quirkist, most likely. Is it bad that I'm hoping Aizawa-sensei gets rid of them as he has done with the others?" Izuku asked as he was dodging Gran Torino as he was flying through the hanging obstacles. Gran just told him no, that it wasn't bad of him to think that. 20. Izuku was glad to hear that and just focused on the training. He was getting better and better after each passing day in using the float quirk, but he wasn't ready to use it by itself without using one for all to guide himself in the air. Izuku was also spending his days now working on his feet work in quirkless fighting, since he could just apply his quirk to it to give him a boost when he needs to in actual combat. The bruises he would receive though would hurt the next day. 3rd Pav. A few weeks passed and a standard schedule had been set. They would have normal classes and then have a heroic class every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday where they would do battle training or some other type of physical training. Izuku, Lloyd, and Salazar have set themselves as the top students of the class easily in heroic classes and in their normal classes. Each of them keeps trading the top 3 spots between each other, with Izuku tending to stay at number 1 or number 2. The 3 boys have also become very close and hang out a lot after school. They have traded numbers and stay in contact and help each other study as well. 10. Izuku has been working on combing float and one for all into a new combat style. For the most part, Izuku uses one for all as a way to speed up the float to just move around, but Izuku has been thinking of combing them to create a new method of combat. The idea came from how Gran Torino moves around. Izuku has been copying him too much. He's noticed this and wanted to be more of his own style. As such, during one of the training sessions in the warehouse, he came up with a mix of both All Might's and Gran's fighting styles and created an adaptation for himself. The idea behind it was that while fighting he would have the float quirk on for most of it. He currently uses it just for flying, but this way he would use it for an increase in speed and lighter body movement. An example would be that he would have it on very low power output so that he is not really floating but just making his body lighter. The float quirk works in the principle similar to OFA, that the more power he puts out the stronger the quirk is. As such, if he is barely putting any power into float, then he doesn't really float but makes his body lighter as a side effect. As such, when he goes to kick someone he would have a faster kick speed since his body is made lighter due to the float quirk. He would also use it to dodge by again making his body lighter and allowing him to move faster in hand-to-hand fighting. 3. As Izuku was training this, he didn't notice that All Might, Gran Torino, and a third individual were watching him move. Izuku was moving faster than what he has shown and they didn't know how he was doing it. Did he have a large increase in his control of one for all? All Might thought. They kept watching Izuku train and then he stopped and grabbed a drink of water. All Might called out and scared Izuku, who ended up coughing due to drinking a large gulp of water. "Ah, sorry my boy. I wanted to introduce you to Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa. He is one of the people I mentioned before and I wanted you two to meet in the event you ever had a problem you could talk to someone in the police more safely about secrets." All Might stated. Izuku introduced himself and they asked him some questions about what he was doing. "Ah, I've combined some aspects of All Might's fight style with Gran's and made my own. I was copying Gran or All Might too much. I'm now using the float with one for all to do more close combat instead of just straight speed attacks. The float I'm keeping at a low level allows me to glide more or else across the ground and makes me really light. This allows my kicks and punches to be much faster than normal at 15%. Izuku stated, and they were all shocked that he came up with this fighting style of his. Let's spar for a bit and see how you do against a moving opponent. All Might said as he buffed up and they got into the fighting area that was just a clear floor with some mats down on the ground. The fight started off with All Might attacking at 30%, which was a very fast speed for most people. This should also be around the difference in their power since Izuku's one for all should be 10 or 20% stronger and they were thinking it was closer to 10% stronger. As such, Izuku was keeping up with his 15% of OFA and just glided around All Might as if he was dancing. Izuku would push off the ground and bounce off the walls, floor, or roof and then come back to the ground and do quick movements around All Might. It looked like he was ice skating somewhat. Izuku was able to keep up for a while, but the difference in experience played a big role and Izuku finally lost. Good going. Though I wasn't doing very aggressive in doing attacks, I was doing them with the aim of speed instead of just overpowering. You kept up with me doing that at 25%. All Might stated as he pulled Izuku off the floor. They talked more about Izuku's new combat method and they realized that the way Izuku was fighting allowed him to have the speed of 20% while he was only at 15%. This was impressive and very good for Izuku since he was finding a way to combine the two quirks in combat and allowed him to hide it more efficiently in front of others. Soon though the training came to an end and Izuku went home. The class was alerted that they would be attending a rescue training at the USJ at the end of the week and Izuku didn't want to overdo it with his body and miss the training session since it would be important for his hero work. He could get combat training from Gran or All Might, but more hands-on rescue training was better to get from UA since they had the training space for it. 4. Soon the end of the week came. A few more students had gotten kicked out of the class. They started at 20, went to 18, then to 12 people and now they are at 9 people left. The reason that Aizawa gave was the fact that the 3 boys had decided to harass some people at a bar that they somehow got into and decided to drink. They had gotten arrested. Having a fun time isn't a problem. Having a party isn't a problem for UA. Drinking under the age though is a large problem for UA. If you are found doing it, kiss your time here at UA gone. You won't even be offered a spot in general education. Aizawa stated. Izuku was kind of happy. He wasn't glad that people got kicked out, but those 3 were part of the people that were discriminating against his friend for his quirk, so Izuku didn't care about them. Soon, Aizawa told everyone to get their outfits on and get changed because they were going to the USJ for rescue training. Izuku was happy about the rescue training. Soon they all changed and had arrived outside and got on the bus. The bus had some seats in the back that faced forward, but it also had seats in the front that was just against the wall of the bus. As such, Izuku chooses to sit near the front and his 2 friends just sat with him. One on each side of him. No. This isn't going to be a yaoi ship. They are all just clingy since none of them really had friends due to bullying. This will be a purely platonic relationship between them. They got talking about what they wanted to do over the weekend and they decided to go swimming at the newly cleaned beach. Izuku just blushed a bit due to embarrassment at the thought of going to the beach that he himself cleaned with his new friends. Izuku noticed that the other students were giving them side glances. For some reason, Izuku didn't have a good feeling. 16. Izuku decided to take his phone out and texted his 2 friends. Guys, be careful when we get there and during the training. I'm having a bad feeling at the looks our classmates are giving us. Just don't look back or they will know that we know something is off. Okay, should we warn sensei? Understood, and how would we alert him without them seeing? Good point. We won't be able to. Soon the text conversation came to an end after a few more texts and they just pretended to stay on their phones. Izuku was worried about what was going to happen, so he kept his guard up and kept float running on the lowest level just in case the moment they stepped off the bus. As everyone stepped off the bus, Aizawa warned them all to be on their best behavior and not to screw around since this was a crucial part of their education. They soon walked into the facility and found the rescue hero 13 and the pro hero Vlad King. Izuku wanted to start a mutter rant about the two pro heroes in front of him, but Leod and Salazar just stopped him by holding him back. They just shook their heads at their friend's antics. At least his hero nerd knowledge comes in handy during battle, they both thought. 4. The pro hero 13 started to talk. Hello everyone. Welcome to UA's USJ. I am 13, the rescue specialist employed by UA and the designer of this building. 13 stated. Now, there are many things to know about rescue work. It's important to keep the civilians calm and talk kindly to them and to reassure them that everything will be alright and that you will get them out of the situation. 13 stated. 13 then talked about in previous heroic classes they learned the combat abilities of their quirk and now it was time to learn how to try and apply them for rescue work. 13 even talked about some of their quirks and how they could be applied in rescue even though they are combat focused. Izuku and his friends asked some questions about what they were doing and this got nods of approval from the teachers since they had asked questions. They asked things like if they would go into each zone or would only be working certain ones today. They also asked about how dangerous the settings would be that they are working on during the first attempts since they are new at this. The teachers responded that they would hit as many zones as possible but would have more trips to the USJ in the future. They also said it would be the lowest setting until they gained experience to handle the higher ones, though if the teachers agreed on it they could increase if they felt it was safe enough for the students. Though they would warn whatever group is working on the increase. As such, they headed off into the first zone. The first zone that they would be working in would be the landslide zone. The teachers would have the students save injured dummies that were placed inside the collapsed buildings and buried buildings. The students had to dig out the dummies and determine if they were still alive or not. If they weren't they had to leave them and if they were still alive then they needed to be saved. 2. Overall, this zone went by quickly and the students made it through a few different zones. Then trouble struck. The students and teachers were in the mountain zone. As they had split apart into different teams, Izuku had joined his two friends since he didn't want to be with the others. He was glad that he did this since everything took a turn for the worst. As they were working through the simulation there was a shaking feeling. The mountain started to have boulders come down from the top. What? Sensei said they wouldn't increase it without warning us. Izuku said as he powered up to 15% and slammed his fist into the boulder destroying it. Izuku was so glad he wore his entire suit since even with increased strength it kind of hurt slamming his fist into large boulders like that. Leod and Salazar were limited to what they could do since the boulders were far too big for them to do much to them. Izuku could see the other 6 students and he saw them smirking. Did they have something to do with this? Izuku thought, then he remembered one of them had an electrocommunication quirk that allowed them to tap into electronic devices if they weren't highly encrypted. This meant Izuku's classmate could get into the control panel since it was a simple interface. Shit, are they trying to kill us? Izuku thought but had said out loud. Both of his friends had also noticed the other students and were pissed since they were just up there smirking instead of getting the teachers. Izuku then grabbed Leod and Salazar and jumped from the side of the mountain and down towards the bottom. Hold on, he yelled as he grabbed them. They held on for dear life. 1. About 40 seconds later they made it to the ground with a large thud since Izuku wasn't used to carrying people using float or one for all so he wasn't used to adjusting his power yet for the landing. The sound of them landing drew the attention of Aizawa who came over. Why are you all down here? He asked. Then 13 came running over. Aizawa, someone had gotten control of the panel that controls this zone. Midoriya, Leod, and Salazar's side of the mountain has boulders coming down. He yelled as he ran up but then noticed the boys he was talking about. Yay, there were boulders, large enough to kill us. Also, the other classmates of ours just stood there and smirked and laughed at us. Salazar said in a cold tone. Before the teachers could even say anything Lloyd spoke up. Yes, we know what he's implying and I'm applying it as well. They stood there and just watched. Lloyd stated in an angry tone. 5. The teachers were tense. If the accusation is true then it's attempted murder. Vlad King was called and told to go detain the other students. Soon everyone was down and present in the front area. Nezu had also been called and warned of what happened and he wasn't pleased. What Aizawa doesn't know is that a far scarier person right now isn't pleased either when he got alerted of his student almost being killed by his classmates when he received a call from a principal of UA. After waiting for a bit, Nezu arrived and he was accompanied by Detective Tsukauchi. 5. Hello, students. I've heard we have had a problem here at the training facility and I brought a friend to help me go through the questioning since I wanted a third party from UA to do the questioning. Nezu said. Then they started to ask questions. Izuku had laid out his claims of what he felt on the bus and that he had warned his friends. They couldn't figure a way to warn Aizawa-sensei without alerting the other students, so they kept their guard up. They then talked about how on the mountain they felt it shake. They said they saw the other students standing higher up and smirking down at them. Izuku also pointed out that one of them did have a quirk capable of interfering with the control panel that would allow them to mess with it. After getting Izuku's group statement, Detective Tsukauchi started to question the other students. It didn't go well. They had denied everything that Izuku and his friends claimed. However, unknown to them, the person that was asking all of the questions had a lie detector quirk. Izuku's friends were getting nervous since this would turn into he said she said situation. However, Izuku wasn't nervous at all. After a bit of time, the situation came to an end. Well, I've heard enough. You 6 are under arrest for attempted murder. Detective Tsukauchi stated, and they were shocked. They started complaining that he had no authority and that they had no evidence. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Detective Tsukauchi and my quirk is lie detector, which is usable in court. Everything you all said was false. Meaning you did do the crime of hacking the control panel. The rest of you are also guilty by association since you didn't stop him and knew about it, Detective Tsukauchi stated. All of the students were frozen. Izuku just felt happy that people like them wouldn't become heroes. 16. The teachers tied everyone up and the detective placed them all in cuffs. They had a few police cars waiting outside that took them all away. It looks like UA owes you 3 an apology. You 3 almost lost your life due to your classmates under our watch. Nezu stated as he bowed his head a bit. Izuku just told him it was fine since the school dealt with them and had them arrested. The classes for them were cancelled for rest of the day and they were allowed to go home early due to this incident. Izuku and the others decided to go to a local park nearby and just hang out. Well, we went from one full hero course class to 18 people. From 18 to 12, 12 to 9, and 9 now to just us 3. Izuku groaned out as he laid down on the grass ground at the park since it was nice out. Lloyd and Salazar just laid down next to him and agreed with him. Misfits for the win, Yode stated. The other 2 just groaned at that since it almost cost them their lives for the so-called win. 3rd Pav. The incident happened on Friday, so the 3 boys had the entire weekend to spend hanging out or training. They all went to a gym that offered parkour lessons for a cheap price and started to do them. They wanted to increase their skills the best they could and didn't want to waste any chance. Also, training together was fun for the 3 boys since it offered them someone to talk to and goof around with. As such, the weekend went by quickly and it was now time for them to go back to school. They all wondered what would happen to their class now. There were only 3 of them total and that was hard for them to do any pieces of training since they had odd numbers. 2. All 3 of them were sitting in the classroom. It was weird only having 3 of them with so many desks in the room. After about 10 minutes with their teacher being 5 minutes later, Aizawa-sensei walks into the room. As you all know, you 3 are the last remaining for the entire first year, Aizawa-sensei stated. They knew this quite well. As such, we need to decide what to do with you 3, Aizawa stated. This made them tense. Were they going to get rid of them as well? They all thought. Lloyd asked the question on their mind. Sir, are you guys getting rid of us as well? He asked and Izuku could hear the nervousness in the voice. Aizawa just replied no, we need to go have a long discussion with the principal and figure stuff out. As such, follow me to a meeting room where he is waiting for us. Aizawa stated as he went out the door. They left their things and followed along. They soon arrived at the meeting room and found Principal Nezu waiting with documents and a computer. Hello, boys. Thank you for arriving, Nezu stated. All of them sat down and took the tea that Nezu offered. Now, Down to business, Nezu stated. We need to decide what is going to happen moving forward. I need to be blunt in the fact that we've never had something like this happen. UA has had the worst batch of students this year. That is why it was dropped to one hero course only instead of two. We needed to remove everyone else but you three who were the top scorers in the entrance exam and written text. Then we also had the problem with the previous 6 that tried an attempt on your life which left just you 3. Nezu stated. Nezu then sipped some tea and took a second. As it stands, you 3 have the potential to be heroes and we will be happy to teach you. The issue is your class size as I stated earlier. Nezu said. At this point, Aizawa started to speak instead of Nezu. Even when classes were limited in the past, they never have been this small. Ever, Aizawa stated. The smallest class size we have had before now was 12 students. However, that went out the window quickly and now we are faced with a class size of 3. Aizawa started looking tired of this entire mess. They explained that they needed to ask questions to get a good grasp of how to move forward. These questions will give us a look at your current education and your current training and how much free time you have. We would like to specialize in what the classes you 3 will take together to fit you guys more. Nezu stated. Soon they started to ask random seeming questions. Though one did cause some heads to turn at Izuku when he answered. This question was about all the training they currently do. Lloyd and Salazar talked about how they do some weight training out of school and they recently picked up parkour at a location nearby. Then it was Izuku's turn to explain his 1. However, before he could answer, Nezu just started. He does weight training 4 days a week, does cardio training every day, does parkour with these 2 boys, does quirk training outside of school at a private location, and has a meal plan and made to suit him. Nezu stated. Aizawa asked how he knew that and Nezu said that Izuku's trainers are close friends of his that keep him up to date on his work. I also provide them access to UA files for anything regarding him. You will meet them likely by the end of the year. The 2 boys likely will meet them sooner than you by my guess. Nezu stated. They then talked about education level. Mine was mostly self-study. Due to me being quirkless, teachers didn't treat me well and tried to harm my education. Izuku said. Nezu knew about the case since he helped on it. I know the details since I was involved in the criminal case against your former schools, Nezu stated. Izuku was a bit nervous talking about it since he didn't want to remember the pain from then. They got a decent idea of where everyone was sitting in their education level and Nezu gave them all a test to see for sure. About 1 hour later they all finished the test. Nezu quickly graded the tests and they found out that they all passed their first year of education for high school. Congratulations on passing your finals test for your first year. Nezu stated with a smirk. The boys were shocked. They had just been given the first year final test. This means we can specialize your classes even more and ensure you are being challenged in your learning. This has given me a good idea of how to start your classes from now on. Nezu stated. Nezu and Aizawa talked for a bit and dismissed the boys to go eat. We will have an updated schedule by the time you're done eating lunch. Nezu stated with a cheer. The boys went and grabbed lunch and ate under a tree outside. 1. I didn't think our day would go like this, Izuku said as he just laid his head against the tree and groaned. The 2 others just groaned as well. They got tricked into taking their final exams without even knowing about it. What if we failed the test? Then what would he have done? Quote. Lloyd stated. Soon the lunch came to an end and they arrived back in their classroom or what they thought was their classroom. The classroom was now different. Instead of all the desks, they had a large table with their chairs located at it. The walls had bookshelves lined up and filled with all different types of books that they might need. There was a display case in the back with their uniforms that required a keycard to open it. There were also laptops next to the display case on a charging station. On the floor between the table and the case were bean bags and some comfortable looks chairs. There was a teacher's desk in the front left corner for a Eraserhead and then a small cot for him to sleep on. They all laughed at that. 10. Izuku was standing next to the bean bag when Lloyd dropped onto the bag and pulled Izuku down onto it with him. Salazar just fell down onto them both as well and smashed Izuku in between them. Izuku just groaned in pain from being pressed between them. Going to push my guts out is what you two are going to do," Izuku said. Soon the door opened and there stood Nezu with Aizawa-sensei. "I see you're enjoying the new classroom. This room will be your home for the next 3 years. So I suggest taking care of it. There is also a small fridge in the back corner if you didn't notice for you to store meals from home or drinks. Just be responsible with what you bring in and clean up after yourself," Nezu stated. They then each received a custom schedule for their first year. 10. The schedule was as followed. Period 1. Home room. Period 2. Basic education classes math, history, English, etc. starting at second year level. Lunch. Period 3. Specialized education classes. 1. Period 4. Heroics 101. 14. The homeroom was an hour and they could do what they wish in it as long as Aizawa didn't have anything. The basic education class took the rest of the morning and would be teaching them their second year classes during their first year and into their second year if they didn't finish everything. It would go on whatever pace they could handle. The third period was going to be classes that each of them specialize in. For example, Izuku would be learning coding to encrypt his notebooks and learning from Nezu sometimes to make them better. The other two boys would learn things that they would specialize in as well. The last period was all of their remaining day, which was about 3 hours. This class was going to be physical class, support department when they needed it, hero law, and a blend of other things as the school sees fit. Overall, the schedule was more streamlined and flexible to fit the three of them and keep them pushing forward to advance at whatever pace they could handle. Then Nezu talked about the sports festival. "Since there are only 3 of you in the hero class anymore, we are doubtful anyone will have enough skills and ability to impress us enough to get into the class," Nezu stated, and then said that the festival would be in 2 weeks and they could train as they saw fit for it. They were told to sit down and class started. A part of their advanced schedule was the fact that they would be given all homework for the entire week on Friday and it would be due on the next Friday. As such, they sat down and got to work doing their homework. The boys worked together to do the homework. The rules only said that they couldn't share answers, so they didn't. They just helped each other with things they got stuck on and finished the work whenever they did. Aizawa just sat on the cot and slept while listening to them a bit. Soon the day ended and the boys all went to the gym and started to train. Izuku was debating on asking All Might about revealing their relationship to his friends, but that was a question for later. He wanted to trust them with it since it looked like they would be friends for a long time. As he was thinking of this, they started to train. The boys were working on their own individual skills but also some teamwork abilities since they believed there would be a teamwork round. Izuku was also training with Gran and All Might on getting his landing right with other people and carrying others while in the air. They made him carry them both and practice his power while floating and landing. As such, Izuku was getting better at it over the 2 weeks that were given for the training. 1. Izuku knew his friends were also doing really well in their own training and they were all itching to fight each other in the ring during the sports festival. They did have some spars during the training but they all held back by a lot since they wanted to hide some of their skills and give surprises in the tournament. Their educational classes were coming along as well. Izuku was a bit scared of his first lesson with Nezu. His friends gave him a look of pity and he didn't know why. Izuku entered the office and the lesson started. He soon figured out why they gave him a look of pity. Nezu was a slave driver in the speed he went and the hard material he gave. However, Izuku enjoyed it even though it was hard. He's never felt this challenge by his teachers before and he loved the feeling of it. Principal Nezu, I can't wait for our future lessons. I've never been this challenged by my past teachers before and it's enjoyable, Izuku stated, and this caused Nezu to have an evil grin on his face. Izuku felt a cold chill go down his spine after that smile and wondered if he just signed his own death warrant. 32. Izuku told his friends how the lesson went and they were shocked that he enjoyed it but could understand the problem of never being challenged by a teacher. They soon went their separate ways for the day since there were only a few days left until the festival and they wanted to train individually and in private. Izuku has been working hard and he's also discovered that he can now push 1 for all to 18% from his previous 15%. This made him so happy. Even though it was only 3% in an increase, it was still an increase no matter what. Izuku has also gotten better at his control of float, but it still wasn't the best by itself. It was getting there, but it would take more time to be at a good level to use just by itself without one for all supporting it. 1. Izuku's fighting style has also gotten better since Aizawa had started to teach them quirkless combat, since that is what he relied on so much. He told them that quirks can't be used 100% of the time, so they needed to be prepared to fight quirkless if it came to it. He also suggested to them to have some weapons or support gear that they could use to attack or defend with. As such, most of them had small knives attached to their outfits, as Aizawa did. He admitted he hardly ever uses it, but it has saved his life a few times, which had made it worth carrying it around with him all the time. Soon it was time for the sports festival, and they were all ready to announce to the world that they were here. 3rd Pav. Izuku and the 2 other boys were sitting in the waiting room. They were about to go out on stage and declared that they were here to the world. They were also about to go out there as the sole students of 1A. That fact made them nervous since their school reputation was relying on them. UA was the school that produced amazing heroes every single year. If they did horrible, then it would look bad on the school since they were the only hero students. Aizawa had come down and told them not to worry so much about that fact and just do the best they could. Hey, guys. When we get internship offers, do you want to do them together if we all get the same place that invites us? Izuku asked them out of the blue. They were shocked at the request but agreed to it. They always did have good teamwork and wanted to expand on it. After about 5 more minutes of waiting in the waiting room, they heard Present Mike go over the sound system and started to call everyone out. They then called our class 1A. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome UA's sole first-year hero, Class 1A. Please also note, yes, there are only 3 students this year. We only want those that we believe are plus ultra. And they have shown it through their determination and will. Mike yelled out. The crowd cheered for them and many found it amazing that only 3 people were in 1A. That had to mean they were very strong students in their own right. 4. Soon all the course students were standing on the stage. Snipe walked up to the microphone since he wanted to do it this year. Welcome everyone. This year the year representative is Izuku Midoriya, the number 1 in both the written exam and the hero course entrance exam, stated Snipe. Izuku walked up to the microphone and took a second. He then started to talk. Welcome and thank you for coming today. As you notice, there isn't another hero course, there aren't other students except me and my 2 friends in 1A. We survived the entrance exam. We survived the purge of 1A when others got expelled for their poor attitude towards heroics. We will continue to keep pushing forward since we aim to light the flame of hope into those that we will go on to protect. We are all heroes even if we belong to the other courses like the support department. Without these people, the heroes today couldn't do their job. If we all remember All Might from his early career, he himself used support gear on his outfit to help him do better. Everyone needs support from someone else. It's our goal of UA to go on and be the support for our society. As such, let US go beyond plus ultra. Izuku said as he shouted the last part. Everyone in the crowd started to cheer out and said plus ultra as well. 3. The staff in the staff box was thrilled with Izuku's speech. It addressed the issue of them being the last members of the hero course but also aimed to bring unity between the courses. They were happy with the speech and it seemed well received amongst the other students. Soon Snipe called everyone's attention again. Now let us look forward and see what the first event will be. Snipe called out. Soon the round was selected and it turned out that the event will be a King of the Hill match. There would be 42 pillars created that you needed to maintain hold of. The pillars also varied in height as well, from the lowest being the 42nd one and the tallest being the first place one. Smentos came out and created the pillars. The round was started and everyone went off. Izuku just grabbed his 2 friends and dropped them off on the 3rd and 2nd pillar while he floated to the first one. 1. Well, look at that. 1A is helping each other out even though it's a solo match. Mike said, but Aizawa came over and said it was smart since there is no rule against it. Villains won't play fair, so why should heroes play fair 24/7? If there is no rule stopping them from doing it, then I think my students to go ahead and do it. They need to survive and live to protect more people in the future. Aizawa said, which made everyone cheer for the 1A students. They all watched as students were trying to go up for each higher position. Some that had lower numbers attempted to fight for a higher one. Some were able to do it while others got knocked down and failed. Some tried to go for Izuku, but he just used blasts of air from his punches and knocked them back. Lloyd and Salazar were able to go through their opponents with relative ease. Lloyd got a few blades from Salazar to help defend himself. Lloyd just threw blunt blades at some people but kept a long sword to fight most people that tried to get to him. Most people got scared off from him due to the blades that he wielded. Lloyd just used his feeling manipulation to make people fear him. He induced the feeling of overwhelming fear into those that got close to his pillar, and it kept most everyone away from his pillar. The few that did brave through the fear just got kicked down from his pillar when they came up, since he switched from fear to overwhelming tiredness. Then Lloyd used the knife to scare them and kick them. This kept going on for about 10 minutes until the round was called. The crowd went wild at the fact that the Soul 3 Hero Course students held the top 3 spots. Look at this. We have our top 42 members, and the Soul First Year Hero students were the ones that held the top the entire time. Let us see if they can hold the top in the next round. Mike yelled out. Snipe walked back up and had anyone not on a pillar exit the stage. Then the pillars were brought down and the 42 members stood in front of the stadium. Good job, you 42 members. Now, let us see what round we will have for our next match. Snipe said. 4. Then a screen appeared on one portion of the stadium and many different rounds went across the screen. Soon it slowed down and came to a stop on a cavalry battle. Izuku, Lloyd, and Salazar were happy at that. They had trained in hopes that this would happen, since they observed from the news that the cavalry battle happened every 2 or 3 years on average. Everyone needs to split up into teams of 3 or 4 members. Once everyone has a team, we will start. Snipe yelled. The 3 boys just got together since they had trained for this. Oh, looks like the 3 members of 1A are sticking together. Are they planning to take it to the top all the way? But it's also risky. If they get eliminated in this round, then no one from the hero course makes it to the final round. Mike stated. All eyes were now on the 3 boys. Everyone in the stadium was looking at them with eyes that looked like they were looking at a burger and they haven't eaten for weeks. 8. Damn it, present Mike. Just have to stir the pot. Izuku thought. The round started and Izuku just used his air blast to keep people away, since his points were worth 1 million points. Everyone wanted it. Then Lloyd turned up his quirk and made anyone in a radius feel fear. It's one of the things he has been training. The ability to make a wide range of people feel the same emotion at the same time. He could do it if someone was really close, but now he could make it spread across the entire field, but it was a weaker feeling, unlike if he focused it onto one person. Everyone recoiled in fear. Some pushed past it by sheer willpower, but they were nervous. Salazar used his knives and made them dull when he created them and just started throwing them at enemies that were getting close. Some just dodged the knives and pushed forward. 1. For those that got close, Izuku just used air blasts onto them and forced them away, but there was some trouble with some teams that just grabbed into the ground and held on. They kept pushing forward. As they got closer and closer, Mike was making everyone excited at the fight. Sorry Mike, got a trick up my sleeve. Izuku thought as the other team got closer. Now, Izuku yelled and the 2 friends held onto him since he was the rider. Then Izuku started to float into the air and he used the air blast to move the entire team to the other side of the ring. Everyone was stunned since they just saw him fly with the entire team. What is this? When could he fly? Mike yelled, asking the question for everyone. He could always fly. It's a newer aspect he learned a few months before UA. So it doesn't have the best control, but he is getting the aspect of his quirk down quick. Aizawa stated to stop any confusion. Soon the round kept going and their team had grabbed quite a few other headbands from teams they had attacked. The round slowly came to an end and the round was called. 4. They did it once again. 1A has taken the top spots once again. Will 1A Hero Course students take all 3 top spots in the final round and hold on to their streak? Mike yelled. A 40-minute break was called and everyone was told to come back after lunch. The boys just hurried up and went and grabbed food before they sat down to eat. There were only 12 people left for the final round, since all top 4 teams only had 3 people each. After talking a bit more and relaxing, the lunch break came to an end. The next round was announced as the traditional 1vs1 tournament. The brackets were made and the first 2 people were called down to the stage. There would be 6 initial rounds and then it would go down to 3 next rounds. After that, the final 3 people would have a 3-way match to decide the final 3 winners. The first 2 people were called out to the field. One had a quirk that allowed them to grow small vines out of the ground and attack people with it. The other person had a quirk that allowed them to control air and send it out in blasts. This fight lasted about 5 minutes before it came to an end. The one with the vines was able to get them close enough to tie the person up. The problem with the person's quirk is that the vines move so slowly. As such, it's hard to be used in combat unless they decided to get creative. 5. The second match, fighters were called out to the ring. This time the fighter had a quirk that could send blasts of compressed air out and the other person was Lloyd. The match started out with them both charging each other, but as they got closer to each other, Izuku noticed the other student start to get sluggish. The student still pushed on though as Lloyd went down low and swiped the student's feet from under him. The student got up quickly and attacked again. Lloyd had worked on his speed quite a bit and was able to dodge most of the attacks. He did take a few blows but overpowered the person soon after. He switched the feeling of sluggish to the feeling of being weak. This threw the person for a few seconds, in which Lloyd pushed forward and knocked the person down to the ground. He then pinned the student to the ground and held his neck in a chokehold. After about 30 seconds the person started to tap on the ground and Snipe called the match. "Winner Lloyd," he called. The crowd cheered. The student didn't even get to use his quirk at all in the fight. 11. The third match was Salazar and a student with a quirk that allowed him to cause shockwaves when he punches something. It sends vibrations through the person or object and he can control how much it vibrates. Salazar threw blades from a distance and kept the person from hitting him or getting close. The person then punched the ground and made it shake, which felt like an earthquake was going on. This forced Salazar to charge forward and engage in close combat. He threw several blades as he charged to stop the person from making more shockwaves. He kept this up to keep the person moving and then he got up within a handful of feet and put the blade to the student's neck. Snipe called it. The student is unable to fight. In the real world that would be a death blow. "Winner Salazar," Snipe called out. Once again the student from 1A1. 1. Now it was Izuku's turn to fight. His opponent was someone with a shock absorption quirk. Izuku knew he couldn't win with direct punches since he didn't know the person's limit and he couldn't risk going over it and landing a blow that would kill the guy. As such, Izuku started using his personal fighting style that he created by combing the movements of Float and One for All. He danced around the student and didn't aim for large blows but aimed to keep him off his feet. He kept doing this and doing this. Izuku was aiming to annoy the student until they failed to pay attention anymore. Soon after about 5 minutes of doing this, the student got up and charged at Izuku. However, that is what he needed as he had led the fight towards the edge. The moment the guy charged, Izuku stood still until a few feet in front of him and then he jumped up and floated in the air. This causes the person to go right over the edge. Snipe called Izuku the winner as Aizawa came over to the sound system and explained his plan. Midoriya used the quirk of his opponent to his advantage. Midoriya's quirk provides him a strength aspect and a flying float aspect. As such, Izuku's strikes would be negated, so he made his opponent so angry that they lost track of their own movements and had them go over the edge by their own power. Aizawa said as he explained it to the crowd, and they all cheered once they understood what he did during those 5 minutes. They all thought he was just toying with the kid, but now they knew he wasn't but using his brain to win easier. 4. The next 2 matches went quickly as they just slugged their way through the matches and it wasn't really interesting, or they were support students that just wanted to advertise their creations. I feel like someone will replicate this years later. Izuku thought as he saw 2 support course students just showing off their devices in their rounds since they were fighting each other. 23. This is how the first rounds came to an end. This resulted in 6 people being left, with 3 of them being from 1A. Izuku felt like Nezu rigged the matches so no one in 1A fought each other, but Izuku wasn't going to complain since he wanted them all to take the top 3 spots. Soon the next round started. One of the students that passed was the person with the vines. Salazar was fighting this person. Overall it was an interesting match since he had to get close and personal to fight. Though the vines were far too weak to hold up to his blades, he created thick but small blades that were sharp and he just cut the vines apart as they came close. After about 3 minutes he got up close and threw a blade into their shoulder that forced them to stop the vine quirk. He then got up close and pinned the person down and held a knife to the throat, ending the match. 1. The next match was Lloyd versus the person from one of the final matches in the first round. This person's quirk allowed them to create weapons similar to Salazar, but they were throwing weapons. The problem with that is, Lloyd just made them feel like they were drunk or in a similar state. How does he know the feeling like that? Izuku thought. Lloyd won since the person couldn't aim anymore and he just slugged him across the face, knocking him out since he was already sluggish and not in a good position to defend himself. Izuku asked him how he knew that feeling he pushed onto the other person. He responded that the doctors gave him drugs when he was younger that wouldn't hurt him but make him feel like that. Izuku accepted the answer since that was smart of the doctors. 16. Now it was time for Izuku's match. He had to fight one of the support course students. They just sent some of their gear and Izuku just blew it up by smashing it into the ground. Izuku felt a bit of pity for the student when they dropped to the ground and wailed out about their gear being destroyed. "Sorry, please give up or I will destroy the rest of it," Izuku yelled, and they gave up within seconds. 3. Now it was time for the last 3 people to fight. Listen up folks, it's the last 3 fighters and they all come from 1A. Let's give it up for these bright students, Mike cried out. Izuku knew they both would come after him. The moment the match was called to start he was right as Salazar came charging with blades. Lloyd sent the feeling of being drunk. However, Izuku knew that he needed to concentrate on it for it to work. Izuku was able to dodge the blades as he jumped up and slammed a kick down on the ground, cracking it and causing it to shake hard enough for them to fall for a few seconds. Within those seconds, Izuku grabbed Salazar since he was nearby and tossed him at Lloyd. "Catch!" he yelled out, and Salazar landed right into Lloyd as they fell onto the ground. Izuku used that time to get closer before they could get up. Right as he got close, Lloyd caused him to feel the effects again, which made him stumble. Salazar came with a blade and nicked Izuku in the arm, causing some blood. Izuku had to back up. 2. Both of the other 1A members are working together to take down Midoriya. Will he pull it off and take first place is the question though. Mike said. Then Aizawa talked. Midoriya is far more powerful in raw strength than those two can hope to put out. As such, they are using strategy and teamwork to take him on. It's also why we made this a 3-way instead of a single 1vs1 round and then another round for third place. We knew they needed a chance to win if he ended up in the last round. Aizawa stated. Well, Uwa is conspiring against me, Izuku thought. Izuku then kicked the ground and made some rubble to break off. He picked it up the best he could under the effects of the quirk, and he had a hard time doing it since his coordination was off hard. Izuku then used the boulder he created by breaking the ground and threw it at them. He used float and went off flying behind the rubble he tossed since it blocked Lloyd from seeing him. Lloyd requires a visual of the person he is using the quirk on for it to work. He got close and then threw Lloyd off the ring. 3. Everyone cheered, and then it was just Izuku and Salazar. They charged each other and Izuku used OFA to increase his speed and he grabbed the blades and pulled them away from his friend. The moment he did that, he head-butted his friend, which made Salazar stumble back. At that moment, using float nad OFA, Izuku glided in his movements and swiped the feet from under Salazar. Then he pinned him down to the ground. We have our winner and we have our top 3. They are all from 1A. Mike yelled out. The crowd went wild. Izuku pulled both of his friends up onto the stage and held their hands up with his own. The crowd went even wilder as the display of sportsmanship. Izuku Midoriya had taken first place. Third POV 1. The sports festival had come to an end. The 3 boys had done it and secured the top 3 places of the sports festival. The medals were presented and the boys took them. They were dismissed to go back to the classroom and wait for Aizawa. After about 10 minutes of waiting, their teacher soon arrived back into the classroom. He stood at the front podium and looked at his students and then had a smirk on his face. Good job you three. You did amazing and helped hold UA's name high with your performance. As you could guess, UA would have come under fire if you three did poorly, but our estimates are that the talk won't be about just the 3 Seoul students but 3 new rising students of 1A. As such, thank you for helping the school save face. Aizawa said. The boys just cheered at doing a good job to get a compliment out of their teacher. 4. Now they talked about many things, but the most important thing that they talked about was internships. Now, you will come back on Monday and you be provided a list of internships that have sent in requests for you three. Due to the fact that there are only 3 of you, we expect you to gain high numbers since you did put on an amazing performance. Aizawa stated. They were happy and couldn't wait to return Monday to see their results. After a bit more talking, Aizawa dismissed them and allowed them to go home for the day. Izuku and they all went out and hanged out in the city since they wanted to relax. They even decided to go to a kakapo bar and have some fun while singing. They kept going for a few hours before they decided to call it a night. Izuku decided to invite the 2 of them to meet his mother since he hasn't ever brought friends home since he has never had any. They agreed, and after about 30 minutes they found themselves in the Midwariya residence. Inko was so happy to meet the friends of her son since no one has treated him well in the past. Soon they were all sitting down and eating dinner with each other. Inko had cooked more food than needed and sent some with them home and thanked them for coming. As it was just Inko and Izuku, she spoke. Seems you have made really good friends, Izuku, Inko said as she looked at her son. Yay I did. I'm glad to have them in my life. I feel like I can just relax around them without any guards up since they were bullied as well in the past, so we know similar experiences. Izuku said. After talking for a bit longer they finished up cleaning and they went to bed for the night. Izuku went to the warehouse during the weekend. He wanted to have a conversation with All Might. After arriving on site, he got to training since All Might wouldn't be around for an hour or so. Izuku has been pushing his training and he has been getting results. His control of float has been getting better, but it still needed work. What he was mostly interested in was his float combat style, or that is what he is now calling it. He's been taking the lessons from UA and making the fighting style more efficient with less wasteful moves. After about 1 hour of training, All Might arrived at the warehouse. Gran Torino wasn't in today since he went out on a patrol since he wanted to get used to the city in the event something happened. All Might entered in his skinny form and sat down and waited for Izuku to stop. After about 10 minutes Izuku stopped his training and cooled down before walking over to All Might. How are you doing, my boy? You pulled first place and did an amazing job at declaring that you were here to the world. All Might stated. Izuku thanked him and then built up the courage to ask what he was going to ask his master. All Might, I want to tell Lloyd and Salazar about me being your protege. I'm not planning to tell them about OFA currently, that would be a topic for a few years once we graduate or are close. But, I would like them to know about you and then also bring them here to train sometimes with me. Izuku stated while looking All Might in the eye. This topic caught All Might off guard. Izuku then explained a bit more. Sooner or later we will introduce me to the public as your protege, but that won't be until our last year of UA. I would like those 2 to know before then. We don't need to tell them about your form, but we would need to be more careful of when they are here and you are here in your skinny, for if we don't, that would be your decision on your form itself. Izuku stated. All Might then sat there in silence and thought for a few moments. They have been amazing friends for Izuku. Nezu had already predicted that Izuku would ask me this and warned me. He also did deep background checks and gave me access to all of their information as well. All Might thought. He then sat up straighter and looked his protege in the eyes. I'll show them my form. I'll be honest, Nezu predicted this outcome. He saw how close you 3 had become and he did deep background checks and research of them in preparation for this. As such, bring them tomorrow and we can talk about all of it. All Might stated. Izuku was happy that this conversation went so easy and was sad that he was so easy to predict. All Might laughed and said that no one could really hide anything in front of Nezu. Izuku accepted that and felt a bit better. Izuku then texted his 2 friends and asked if they were free all day Sunday and they said yes and asked why. Izuku explained that he wanted to show them somewhere and have them meet someone that was important to him who would also like to meet them. As such, the day came to an end and Sunday arrived. It was about 9 a.m. when Izuku had brought the two friends to the warehouse. They asked why they were at a warehouse but got shocked at what they found inside. "Welcome to my personal gym," Izuku said as he showed them it. They were dumbfounded. "Are you rich in disguises as a poor person?" Lloyd asked in a somewhat teasing and serious manner since everything in the warehouse was top-of-the-line equipment. "No," Izuku said, embarrassed. Gran Torino then walked up and hit Izuku on the leg without being seen by the others, which scared them. "You brats need to work on your situation awareness," Gran said. They asked Izuku if this was the person that he wanted them to meet. "No. But you also need to meet him since he lives at this place now to help train me," Izuku stated. About 2 minutes later the door opened and the boys turned and saw All Might. They froze and then unfroze and then freaked out. "Ahahaha, I am here," All Might said. He then walked over and sat down at one of the chairs in the room. "Good to meet you, two boys. My protege has talked a lot about you too," All Might said with the purpose of embarrassing Izuku. They then turned around and grabbed Izuku. Lloyd held his arms behind his back while Salazar held Izuku's head straight and looked him in the eyes. "You had All Might as your mentor. Why didn't you get US autographs?" he yelled. Izuku's sweat dropped. "Really? That's what you were concerned about, is me not getting you autographs?" "Really?" Izuku asked. They responded with a yes. 7. Everyone just shook their heads. "Okay. Now we are past the first stage." "Why is All Might your master?" Lloyd asked. There's the real questions," Izuku said as he hit his fist into his palm once the question was asked. They then gave the boys a truthful answer with just leaving some details out of it. The boys accepted it for the most part. "Okay, I'll be honest. I know you're hiding something more than his form, but we'll accept it and trust that one day in the future you will tell us. I feel like it's something large and massive that I don't really want to know anytime soon anyway," Salazar stated with Lloyd agreeing. Izuku admitted it. "Yes. I'll admit it now. There is a larger secret that I don't want to tell you right now. It's not that I don't trust you guys. I think you would want to hear it closer to graduation when you are more prepared to hear it and understanding of the risks involved in it," Izuku stated. The two friends just hugged Izuku and told him that it was fine with them. They were glad that Izuku was willing to trust them with all of this and at least admit there was another one that he planned to tell in the future. 4. Now, it's time to get training, boys. Since you all know about my form, you can come join Izuku to train here at this warehouse. You can use your quirks in here as long as you don't bring the building down. I will get anything that you guys need to train since you three have been good as a team," All Might said. Gran Torino just smirked at the fact that he now had 2 new people to beat up during training. They all felt cold shivers go down their spines at his smile. Lloyd and Salazar cursed Izuku for introducing them to someone more sadistic than their own teacher. 10. Gran Torino got them moving around and training. "It was rough and grueling. Now we know why you are so strong. This training is brutal." They both groaned out at Izuku, who was not having any trouble at all. They were in shock. What? This is just a warm-up," Izuku said. They were done with him at this point. "Warm up my ass. That was a full exercise. Dear God, what is your body made up of?" Lloyd asked. Izuku just said willpower, determination, and spite. They all had blank looks on their faces as they cooled down as Izuku kept working. All Might walked over and asked them all what type of hero internship did they think they will be doing. They all said they wanted to do one together if they had the same requests that would allow it. 19. We want to do some internships together to make our teamwork better. Overall, as individuals we are strong but still growing. Our teamwork in battle is needing work. We can make a fierce fighting team if we have enough combat practice together, which will allow us to overpower enemies that we normally couldn't," Salazar stated. Gran and All Might thought this was a very good idea, especially considering the fact that they are the sole students of the hero course. They won't have others to rely on when they graduate unless they make connections. Normally there are 2 full classes to make connections with easily when they graduate, but now it's just them 3. Soon the weekend came to an end and the boys stayed the night at Izuku's house and slept on futons that Izuku had stored. Monday came around and the boys left early to return home to change and get ready for school. Izuku was able to change earlier and arrive at the school sooner than normal since he woke up early to see them off. After about 40 minutes the other two arrived at the school and came in to find Izuku doing some homework that they received from Friday. They also sat down and just got to working. They were surprised how their semester has been turning out so far since they are now in the middle of the semester and would be doing the internships starting next Monday if their requests got accepted. Aizawa soon came in and presented the packets of requests. Good job again. Each of you received the same number of requests, which isn't surprising at all due to there only being 3 of you. As such, you need to decide out of the 4,000 requests on who you would go with. Aizawa said as he gave them the packets. They started to look through the packets and found that they had gotten requested by pretty much the same heroes. They noticed that they had a few of the top heroes that requested them. They received a request from Ninja Hero, Edgeshot, and also from Fiber Hero, Best Genist. There were a few others like Endeavor, but none of them really liked him and didn't want to learn from him. They decided on going with Gang Orc as their first request to see if he would take them all on, and Best Genist as the second one. 5. The reason they wanted Gang Orc instead of one of the higher ones is due to the fact that Gang Orc past was one of being discriminated against and they knew he would know how they feel since he lived it. Second, is the fact that Gang Orc has a large hero agency that focuses on team-based missions most of the time. He acts as an individual hero still a good portion of the time, but he does a lot of team-based missions. This would give the boys what they wanted in becoming individual heroes, but being able to function and work as a team quickly and efficiently with each other without any problems. As such, they presented their request to Aizawa. He looked confused since they all requested the same place. You all want to go to Gang Orc? Why? He asked, and they explained their reasons. Aizawa thought and agreed that it was a good reason. I'll take these to Nezu and we'll call him since most don't request the same agency to internship at. We'll make sure he okays it or declines it by end of today so we can let you know. Aizawa said as he left to Nezu's office. The boys just got back to work on their studies. Later that day their teacher had approached them. You're in luck. Gang Orc was surprised that all 3 of you wanted him. We explained the reason you gave us and he accepted it. He is willing to take all 3 of you on, Aizawa stated. They were all happy with that information. Soon the week passed and the boys just kept their training going. They had also informed Aizawa that Lloyd and Salazar were doing similar training to Izuku now and were training at the same location as him after school. Aizawa was honestly amazed with the 3 of them and the level of work they keep putting in. Though he would never admit it to any of the boys, Aizawa made the changes to the school notes about the increase in their training out of school to ensure that the school didn't overwork them with physical training and focused more on application training with different simulations. Nezu had also provided All Might and Gran Torino all video footage of the 3 boys so both the school and they could keep track of the progress and be on the same level of what is going on in their schedules so no one overworked the boys. Soon the day of the internships was upon them. Aizawa had escorted them to the train station and told them to be good, but he didn't think he would have to worry about it. Remember, don't wear the suits unless told by your internship advisors. Also, don't use your quirks unless approved. Don't break any laws, problem children. I would like to actually have you 3 still in my class once you return. So don't ruin it or else Nezu will make me do many other things and I don't get to sleep during your homeroom. Aizawa said. Wow. He only cares about his sleeping in truth, doesn't he? The boys thought because Aizawa put way more emotion in his words when he reached the sleeping portion of the conversation. They all told him they would be good little students and wouldn't cause any problems for him while they were gone. Indeed, we'll cause the problems when we return so you have more paperwork. Lloyd said, and Aizawa just gave a death glare. This caused them to run since the train had just arrived and they wanted to escape. You know he is going to give us so much homework when we get back, right? Izuku stated, and they all agreed with that assessment. It was worth it though to see his face when I said it. He was so annoyed with that comment. Lloyd stated. The other 2 just shook their heads at their friend's antics. Izuku always thought Lloyd was going to be the chaos bringer and he was right from the start. They all just sat down on the train and waited for it to arrive at their stop. It would take roughly 1 hour for them to arrive at their destination, so they decided to get a bit of sleep and trade it off so they didn't miss the stop. Third POV. 3. The train ride was pleasant and quiet since they were the only ones in their car the entire time. Soon after about an hour, the train arrived at their stop. Izuku had gotten the other to awake about 5 minutes before they arrived at the stop. They stepped off the train and headed down the platform. Once they arrived at the bottom of the platform, they were met with a sidekick of the agency. The 3 boys followed the sidekick into a car that was waiting for them and then drove 5 minutes towards an agency building. The agency was one that looked like a normal office and blended in with the other buildings, unlike some of the other top heroes' buildings like All Might's, which was a tall tower, or Endeavor's, which was also a taller tower building. 17. They all entered the office and were met with a busy office of people moving back and forth between different areas. They were then led into an office where they found Gang Orc sitting down reading some files. He looked up and noticed the 3 boys. "Welcome. I was kind of surprised when all 3 of you requested my agency. The staff at UA gave me a reason, but I think there is more to it than that. Would you care to explain?" Gang Orc asked. The boys looked at each other and then started to speak. They talked about their individual lives and how they were discriminated against and how they wanted to work with someone that would resonate with their pasts but could also teach them teamwork and individually as well, since they plan to be individual heroes but to team up together whenever they can or need to for missions or larger cases. Gang Orc was surprised at their actual reason for wanting his office, and he was kind of happy for the reason. He saw 3 boys screwed by the world but kept pushing forward like he did when he was younger. As such, Gang Orc already started to take a liking to them and wanted to help them succeed. "Good reason, boys. I will accept you at my agency without a problem then. If this internship goes well, then when your work studies come around you can call me up and I will look into the possibility of hiring all 3 of you on for them," Gang Orc said, and that lit a fire in their hearts, since if they did well enough they would have a secured possibility of having a work study already. They sat down at the desk and started to fill out some paperwork that Gang Orc provided. It was mostly where their current strengths and weaknesses are and what other things they can do. Gang Orc started to look over it as he had the boys go work with some sidekicks for a few hours to start learning how to do paperwork at an agency. After a few hours, he called them back in and told them a general plan for the week. "We will have you learn basic paperwork and practices the rest of today. Tomorrow we will do a training session with some of my sidekicks and we will see how your teamwork is currently and we will look at the flaws we find. The following 2 days we will go out on patrol during a few of the routes that our teams do instead of the individual one's hero routes. On the last day, we will look at everything and review and see what you guys should work on when you return to UA. Sound good?" he asked. Everyone agreed and then they got to work. They went back to their individual sidekicks that they were working with and started learning more about how agency paperwork is done. These include mission reports, reports to the governments, daily reports for accidents that happened in the office or out of the office. Overall, it was boring, but it was things that they all needed to learn to ensure they did a good job in their own agencies in the future. This work continued for the rest of the day. At night, the boys went to a room provided to them by the agency. The agency has small suites that they provide to people in emergencies, and it became useful to house the boys. Though they did have to share the small suite, which forced them all to sleep in the same bed or on the floor. They all just choose to sleep in the bed together since they platonic cuddle buddies anyway. No shipping between them. Only plantoic. The next day came and Izuku got kicked off the bed by Lloyd. "Ouch. That hurt," Izuku muttered, and Lloyd just stuck his tongue out but got slapped by Salazar. They soon got dressed and put their outfits on since they were told they would be sparing today and to wear their outfits for it. Soon they went downstairs and were taken to an underground training room. They then found Gang Orc with 5 of his sidekicks. "Good morning, boys. Today you will be fighting me and these 5 sidekicks, since getting a fair fight are hard to come by in the real world when dealing with villains. As such, why should I be fair to you in a spar?" Gang Orc stated with a smirk. They took their positions up and the boys defaulted to one of their pre-planned fighting strategies when dealing with sudden fights. Lloyd got in the back while Salazar got in the middle. Izuku got in the front and they waited for someone to move. It was one of the sidekicks that moved first. However, Izuku didn't go right for him as the agency people thought. Instead, he went to the other side and deep into their ranks and attacked people in the back. Salazar, on the other hand, threw blades at the first person that moved to force him backward. Lloyd started applying distrust in the opponents to make them not trust their fellow members' movements and them carrying their section of the fight out, This caused some trouble in their lines as Gang Orc had gone and attempted to deal with Izuku. The fight kept carrying on with no side really gaining an advantage. The battle stalemate soon broke when Gang Orc overpowered Salazar and pinned him to the ground, threatening their team. This forced them to either give up or let him die. It was a hard situation. Lloyd then slowly increased Gang Orc's feeling of being overconfident, which led to an opening that allowed Izuku to grab Lloyd and Salazar and fell back. They retreated outside of the ring and forfeited the match since the match likely wasn't going to go in their favor. They were strong and stronger as a team, but they still lacked experience as the sidekicks and Gang Orc had. They did defeat 3 of the sidekicks, which were impressive. The flaw was when Salazar got overpowered and didn't call for Izuku's help or Lloyd's. This ended up costing them since the opposing team got their men behind them and allowed them to recover. Good job everyone. Sidekicks, you can go back to work now, Gang Orc stated. They all then went back to Gang Orc's office and sat down and cooled off. Now let's talk about where you did good and where it went bad. Overall, you were good. You all took out 3 of the sidekicks and you were only first years, which is amazing. Now, Lloyd did amazing when he was messing with people's emotions, which gave you guys a lot of openings during your fight. Salazar, you did well as well in defeating one of the sidekicks. Lloyd also a good job of taking a sidekick out when they tried to double team Salazar. Izuku, you were able to hold your own against the sidekicks and push me back a few times, though I wasn't going 100%. You moved quickly and efficiently, but you lack experience. You could get more efficient in your moves as well, since I saw some wasted moves, Gang Orc said as he took a break from speaking to drink some water. Then he talked about the flaws. Biggest flaw was Salazar's failure to call for help. I let you think you were holding me off, so you didn't call for help. If a fight goes on for long and you can't overpower someone, assume they're letting that happen to draw you into a safety net before they finish you off. If Izuku had come help you, you all could have won maybe if I didn't go all out. Lloyd, you also had some wasted movements, but you will improve with practice. Izuku, I already said your faults. Now, overall your teamwork was well. You covered each other blind spots and helped each other out when you saw they needed it or got called for it. Keep this up and you will be invincible together, Gang Orc stated as he dismissed them to go start doing paperwork again with the staff, as he needed to do paperwork of his own. The next 2 days were patrols out on the streets. Overall, this went okay. People noticed them and asked them questions. Then they asked for their hero names that they had taken on. Salazar went with Red Demon, Lloyd went with Domovoy. Izuku announced his name with pride in his voice at having a hero name. Fulcrum was his hero name. The boys' internship kept moving on. They were allowed to use their quirks since Gang Orc gave them permission to use it during the patrol. They had stopped several crimes that were going on. One was a criminal that had stolen a lady's purse. Izuku just floated in front of him and tripped him up. Another person was trying to mug a person in an alleyway. Lloyd just used his quirk to make the criminal feel weak and then they pinned him to the ground. The internship didn't have any real issues that they couldn't handle. They acted with proper manners out in public and Gang Orc kept a distance from them and let them act as they saw fit. A few times Izuku would float into the air and look around to see in all of the alleys to check for anyone hiding or doing crimes. They had found a handful of criminals this way. Gang Orc was impressed by their teamwork. For example, when Izuku found a drug deal going on in an alleyway, he stayed high up in the air and radioed the 2 others. Each one took a side of the alleyway to trap them in. Once they got moving and Izuku came flying down towards the ground and stopped himself onto the roof and waited for them to gain the criminals' attention. The moment they did, he jumped down and knocked a few out, and by then the other 2 boys arrived and worked on everyone else. By the end of the 2 days of patrol, they had detained around 25 people that were committing crimes during their patrol. One Gang Orc called them into the office on Friday since he made them do all the paperwork for the patrol to give them a proper experience. They had to file all the details and run it by a sidekick for approval before submitting it. When Friday came, he decided to talk to them about their internship and how everything went. Good day, boys. Today is the last day and we won't go on patrol. I want to spend most of it in the office studying the entire week and how it went, Gang Orc stated. As such, they spent quite a few hours going over every single detail through their week. Gang Orc even acquired the security tapes from the patrols and they went frame by frame and scrutinized every single action and move that the boys did. He did not stop or let any detail slip by. He also pulled video footage from the fights that they could acquire and went frame by frame in those. In the future, I suggest requesting video footage of each spar or simulation you do and go frame by frame in regards to the details to ensure you are finding anything and everything you can improve on. If you know you made a mistake, it's even more important to get that video footage and go over it. Gang Orc stated, and the boys were interested in this method of learning. They decided to ask their teacher and principal for access to any recordings of their fights and also from the supports festival to help them improve themselves. Too soon the day came to an end and it was time for them to return to the train station and return home. I want to let you know that I will accept you all for work studies if you wish to request my agency. You all held yourself with pride of UA and didn't shame this office in any manner. It will be nice to have you all back when that time comes. Gang Orc said as he shook their hands. They were happy that they had just gotten offered work studies when it came time for that. Soon they gathered their things and made their way downstairs and were driven back to the train station. Their train arrived after about 20 minutes of waiting and they got on it. With this, their internships came to an end. 3rd Pov. 5. The internships had come to an end. The boys had returned to school and the staff was pleased with the review that they received from Gang Orc regarding the 3 boys. The staff was actually meeting in the staff room talking about the 3 first years and future plans. Nezu was drinking his tea like normal and Aizawa was sleeping in a sleeping bag while dreaming of cats. Soon everyone took a seat and the meeting started. Good afternoon everyone. The internships ended last week and we've had time to look over all the internships and work studies for all the years. In regards to the internship for the 3 first years, they were glowing reviews. Nezu stated. Some were shocked at that wording since internships are normally where pro heroes find some flaws and just teach the students in the paperwork, so they asked about what was so glowing about it. Gang Orc allowed them to act on their own with him a bit away from them. He allowed them to act as if it was a full work study and they were told to ignore his presence while out on the field. The boys all choose Gang Orc and worked 2 full days out on the field where they caught 25 people total using their individual skills but also teamwork. Aizawa stated. This was shocking. It was normal to take internships out for a few patrols but they weren't allowed to fight unless it got to a critical point. Instead, Gang Orc had allowed the 3 boys to go on the field and act as if Gang Orc wasn't there. They all received a copy of their review and it talked about the strengths and flaws that Gang Orc had found. The staff was also shocked at one section that talked about their current level. It's in my professional opinion that I recommend that UA consider allowing the 3 boys to take the provisional exam during their 2nd semester. The 3 of them were able to take on one of my sidekicks by themselves but also fight as a team against me and 5 of my sidekicks and hold the fight for 25 minutes. Though I admit I didn't go 100% in the fight my sidekicks did. The boys have shown a critical level of thinking on par with pro heroes and have the abilities of sidekicks already. As such, it's my recommendation for them to take the provisional exam so I can start work studies with them, which I've already offered to the boys once they have their licenses. Stated the section from Gang Orc. 6. The staff was really thinking due to this section. It was normal for them to have the 2nd years take the exam at the start of the semester. However, it was unheard of for UA to send their 1st years to take the exam. Though, this entire 1st year class situation is unheard of, to begin with. Nezu then started to talk again. I know you might have your concerns. So a test is needed. We will increase the difficulty of their physical portion of their final exam this semester. Instead of fighting robots, they will fight the staff. The staff will not have any restrictions placed on them and it will be a full-on fight. First person down loses. No other way out except knockout or forcing an opponent to resign. Nezu stated. The staff was shocked at the level of challenge that Nezu wanted to place in front of the 3 boys. The staff wondered though if the boys failed then would they not be allowed to take the exam? Snipe asked the question and Nezu responded that they would, but it would depend on the staff grading of their exam. If the boys did well enough that the staff felt comfortable with approving it then they would be allowed to. Even if they passed it doesn't mean they can take the exam unless UA felt they were ready. That was the reason the exam would be made harder since it would be pushing them to do their best. Also, this would be individual exams and not a team-based one since as heroes they're aiming to be individual heroes first before a team. 2. The staff of UA agreed with this proposal and the exam was set. It would take place in the middle of the last month of the semester. This was to give the boys time to train and prepare for the provisional exam if they passed the final exam, since the provisional exam takes place 2 weeks right after the start of the second semester. They wanted to give them the best chance of passing if they were approved for the provisional exam. As such, there were 2 months until their final exam, and they would keep this on the down low until it happened. Nezu, however, informed All Might and Gran Torino of the proposal so they could up the boys' training and get them better results. This was how all 3 boys found themselves on the mats in the warehouse after being beaten by Gran Torino harshly. Even though he was old, he was a damn demon in human skin that was far too fast for most people. Izuku was able to keep up and land some hits, but the old man was still far more experienced and knew how to recover from hits better and faster. As such, unless they landed a critical blow, it wasn't going to put Gran Torino down. Izuku has been hard at work the month since the internship and has pushed his control of one for all to 25%. The other 2 boys have gotten better at their quirks as well. Lloyd is able to deploy a lasting effect that even if someone exits his eyesight, then the effects last for a few more seconds, which can buy him a lot of planning time or attack time in battle. Salazar was able to make his blades more efficiently, and it cost him less fat to make them now. Gran Torino looked over the flaws that Gang Orc had found, and he was relentless in training them out of the boys. All Might was downright scared of what he saw and always standing far away when Gran Torino got that sadistic look in his eyes. Though that didn't always save him, since he had to get involved in the training a few times. The boys have made their critical thinking decisions faster while under pressure and were able to react faster to different blows that Gran Torino threw at them when he came to kick. They were getting better with each passing day, even though they threw up almost every other day due to kicks to the stomach. The boys also spent more time hanging out together and would do parkour outside of training just for fun. They would also play video games at each other's houses since they actually had people to play against. Izuku had also met their parents, and he felt amazing at not getting rejected by someone's family, since he actually had friends now that he would call brothers. 7 another month had passed and Izuku was still at the 25% control mark. They were all sitting in the classroom waiting for their homeroom teacher, since he had warned them that he had an announcement to tell them on this day. Aizawa came into the classroom and looked at them. "Good, you are all here. I'm announcing the start of your final exams. We will be testing your knowledge of the first-year material just for a formal sake, since Nezu did the other test in an informal manner. Then we will give you a test for everything in the first semester of your second year. After those are done, we will have your physical exams on Friday. You will not be told what the exam is until that day. Any questions?" Aizawa asked. We asked him why the exam was being done almost half a month early, and he said that we would likely find out depending on our results after the final exam physical portion, but we shouldn't concern ourselves about it since plans can change and it's still being decided on. Soon, we were given the first written exam, which would be for our entire first-year material. This exam took 2 days since it was for 2 semesters worth of material and tests. On our 3rd day, we were given the next test, which was for the first semester of our second-year material. Overall, the boys felt the exams were relatively easy. Aizawa made notes of how fast we all finished, and we assumed it was to inform Nezu for our homework and progress speed to likely increase it. Now the boys found themselves on Friday. They found themselves in ground beta training grounds and found all their first-year staff present. The exam was after school to allow other students to leave and to have all staff here for some reason. Then the boys figured it out. They were fighting the damn staff. "We're fighting the staff, aren't we?" Izuku asked, and Nezu appeared with tea in his hands and told him that the guess was correct. Also, the staff won't be restricted in their power either. You will be going against them at 100% of their power. The rules are as follows: no lethal killing, no one is out until the enemy is KO'd or they are forced to surrender, or captured with the capture tape. I will call a KO if I deem it needed. Also, there is a 40-minute time limit. Any questions? No. Good, let's get started, Nezu said without anyone being allowed to ask questions. They found out that Izuku would be fighting Eraserhead and Present Mike. Lloyd would be fighting Midnight and Vlad King. Salazar would be fighting Ectoplasm and Snipe. The boys noticed that the matches had someone that specialized in really close combat and someone that could be mid-range or long-range. The staff was trying to pin them down and defeat them quickly. This is going to be hard, the boys thought. Soon Izuku was up first. Izuku entered the cityscape and got moving. He knew he couldn't fly in the sky or his teacher would make him drop to the earth and really harm himself. He also had to be careful of present mic sound waves. Izuku ran across buildings with an aim to keep the high ground. After about 5 minutes of searching, he found present mic out in the open and was an easy target. As Izuku was about to attack, he stopped himself and hid again. He then decided to scout around the area that Mike was in, and he soon found Eraserhead hidden in a street across from him with a perfect view of present Mike. This meant that if Izuku had gone in there, he would have lost his quirk and been a sheep for the slaughter. Izuku knew he had to get them separated. As such, Izuku broke a part of the building off on the back side and then tossed it over a few buildings to create a loud noise to draw one of them away. He was hoping it would be Eraserhead that was drawn away, and he was lucky that it was. After about 40 seconds, Izuku floated down slowly and then attacked present Mike. "What the?" Mike said as he used his quirk to create a sonic boom. Izuku though clapped his hands and created a barrier of air that disrupted the sound attack and then charged in. The fight went on for about 2 minutes until Izuku felt his quirk disappear. Eraserhead was back. Izuku pulled out one of the smoke bombs he keeps on him and threw it on the ground and ran off. He knew better to fight them both at the same time since he couldn't overpower them both. They were far more experienced than he was. One at a time then, he could overpower them due to one for all, and he was close to doing it to Mike before Eraserhead came back. Izuku hid in an alley and waited for them to pass so he could attack, but he heard a sound from above him and saw his teacher. "Shit!" he yelled as he broke off in a sprint with his teacher right behind him. He grabbed a trash can lid and tossed it at his teacher. What his teacher didn't notice was that Izuku also grabbed some dirt off the ground, and as he got closer he threw it in his teacher's eyes, forcing him to blink, giving back his quirk. At that moment he fought his teacher, who was having trouble seeing. After about 5 minutes, his teacher could see again, but Izuku threw a punch at 25% right into his gut, making him collapse over. Izuku then put him in the capture tape that would make him considered code. This left him with his last teacher. Then Izuku got hit by a sonic attack that threw him up against the wall. Present Mike had found them and had Izuku up against the wall for a split second where he tasered Izuku. Izuku got up but was met with a punch to the face and stumbled backward. Izuku then jumped back with float and got high in the air to avoid his teacher attacks. Izuku was running out of time. He only had 5 minutes left of his time since the searching and fighting of his main teacher took so long. Izuku kept avoiding the sound attacks, but as he got close to his teacher the time was called. Izuku lost due to the time limit. He was disappointed in himself. Present Mike told him he did an amazing job, but Izuku was still sad due to failing. They all made their way to the control room and Izuku could see his brother's matches had started. They themselves only had 20 minutes left. Izuku saw Lloyd was using his quirk well and forcing Vlad King to screw up with his quirk. His quirk required a lot of concentration, which Lloyd was causing problems with by causing him to feel as if he was drunk, which screwed with Vlad King's concentration. After about another 10 minutes, Lloyd had captured Vlad King since he focused on him and he was avoiding Midnight due to her quirk. He couldn't really do much against her since she could keep him away. His quirk only had a limited effect on her since her quirk provided some resistance to the feeling of being drunk or sleepy. As such, the other emotions she could power through and still fight. His fight soon came to an end and he had failed to pass as well. Salazar's fight ended in a similar manner. He was fighting Ectoplasm and Snipe. He had better luck overall since he just tore through the clones with his knives. The problem was finding the real one. So instead of going after the real body, he went after Snipe. Overall, it was hard due to Snipe quirk that kept him at a far distance, but he worked his way through and got to him. Salazar even used clones as human shields against the bullets and was able to get in close enough to range to throw a handful of blades that allowed him enough time to get close and fight. Snipe was better at long range while Salazar was better at close range. After about 5 minutes of fighting, he defeated Snipe and the time was called 4 minutes later. None of them had fully passed but had defeated at least one teacher by themselves. Nezu asked them why they looked so done and they gave the answer that they failed the exam. "Oh. You didn't fail per se. You lost, but pass and fail were not graded on you losing the match or winning the match. You could have defeated both teachers and still failed the exam if you screwed up too much in the exam. We had hidden motives in this exam and I think you passed quite well. Aizawa will give you a detailed explanation Monday after we go frame by frame of your exams, but don't be sad about losing, when in fact that wasn't the purpose of this exam, so keep your heads held high, young heroes," Nezu stated before walking away. The three boys were confused as hell about what he was talking about but accepted it. They got changed and went home to relax for the day. Too soon the weekend came and passed and they found themselves in the classroom again. The staff was still in a meeting and Aizawa had texted them that he would be running a bit late and they should just work on any homework or lessons they had left. While they did that, the staff was talking and coming to a decision. "So, it's decided. We will allow the three boys to partake in the provisional license exam since we have judged them to be on par with sidekicks already, which is better than most second years currently," Nezu stated. The other staff agreed with the decision and gave their approval. The three boys would go to take their provisional exam. Aizawa got up and left to go to the classroom to inform the boys. They would have about 1 month's worth of time to do any last-minute training for the exam since they had winter break in between now and the start of the second semester. He arrived and entered the classroom. "Listen up, problem children. The staff has made their decision. You all passed the hidden agenda in the exam and UA is approving of you three to take your provisional license exam at the start of next semester. As such, from here on out train your best to be ready for the provisional exam and get some special moves in place for the exam," Aizawa stated with a blank look on his face. The boys froze at this declaration. They were going to take their provisional license exam. Third POV. At the end of the first semester, the boys had learned that they would be attending the provisional license exam and attempt to get theirs. They would be the only UA students at the exam since UA sends its students typically at the start of the school year instead of the second term unless they are retrying for the exam if they failed it the first time. As such, they spent the last weeks of the first semester and winter break training non-stop. All Might and Gran Torino put them through hell. Izuku had gained a small increase in One for All control from 25% to 30% due to all of the grueling training. Their time at school was focused on making special moves while training outside was focused on their practical abilities. Each of them was working on creating special moves at the school and Izuku had come up with one. It was a bit destructive and powerful at the same time. He called it the meteor kick. Izuku would rise up high in the air with a lot of speed when he was given the chance and then would accelerate himself down at a fast speed and land a kick to his opponent or the ground around his opponent at his current max. Though the damage was far more than his current limit. In the words of All Might, the crater that Izuku had made with a 30% meteor kick looked like damage of a 50% power output if they were guessing right. That is how much damage he created due to the velocity he gained by his descent from the sky at a 30% air blast and letting gravity take over. All Might warned Izuku to not use that on normal people since it could likely kill them, but to use it on larger opponents that the force would be absorbed by or around people to make them all fall down and destroy the ground so they didn't have good footing. Lloyd had created a special move that was a bit draining on him. The move, instead of just forcing one emotion onto a person, forced as many as he could do. It would overload the person and make them go into an emotionless state that they wouldn't really react to anyone. This was deemed a special move due to how mentally draining it was on Lloyd and its unlikelihood of being used as a normal attack in battle. The effects wore off about an hour later as they found out on a clone of ectoplasm since Recovery Girl had her concerns. She approved the use of the move when he was forced to use it without any other choice. Salazar had also created a bit of a dangerous move that was restricted unless he had no choice to use it. He couldn't really think of anything to do until Izuku suggested seeing if he could shoot the blades out of his body. They were glad that they had everyone back away behind a bulletproof glass window to watch people with destructive quirks. Salazar tried the idea and it turned almost deadly if anyone was still standing near him. Instead of just forcing one blade out, he forced around 24 out of all parts of his body. He also sent it out in enough speed to pierce the rock around him. As such, the special move was considered a lethal one and he was told not to use the special move unless he had no choice but to use it to survive. 5. They also tried to come up with a few different ones and were able to create some minor ones. One for Salazar was that he created an ultra-long blade that was thin. The idea for it wasn't to cause much damage but for the fear factor and creating space since it could still cut and harm someone. It would force people close to him to back away. Lloyd created an offset of his radius emotional manipulation and was able to create a special move where he would flash many different emotions through people around him, causing them to freak out and get shocked due to the rapid changing of emotions. Izuku created a special move where he would flick his finger and generate a bullet of air. He called it an Air Force bullet. It wasn't destructive, but it would push a lot of people back and make them daze for a few good seconds. 2. This is how their training went over the last weeks of the semester and during the winter break. Once school started back up, they focused on just perfecting the moves that they had created and getting used to using them so they wouldn't screw up in the test or on the field. The staff was happy with their progress and were placing bets on how high they would place in the exam. Most of them were betting in the top 50, while Nezu and Aizawa better within the top 10. The 2 weeks of the first semester quickly rolled by and the exam was nowhere. The boys grabbed their outfits and headed towards the bus that was waiting for them. Nezu and Aizawa were both waiting for them and were going to attend the exam with them to watch. They all got on the bus and it drove off. The ride took about 1 hour to arrive at the exam site. It was a large stadium with different areas for testing to happen in. It reminded the boys of the USJ in their honest opinion due to all of the zones. Was the USJ built with the provisional exam in mind due to the different zones? Izuku asked and Nezu said yes and no. It was built and designed for rescue work in different environments. Later, we edited the environments to be similar to what is used in the exam so that students would feel a bit more at ease since they would be in similar environments to what they have practiced in before. It's to help give our students an extra leg up in the competition, Nezu stated. Soon, they walked into a room and Nezu signed them in. The staff was amazed that UA was recommending first-year students to take the exam since it was normal for only second-year students to take the exam. 3. The first portion of the exam was a basic written exam that asked questions about the major quirk laws and heroic laws that would apply to them with a provisional license and what limits they had without obtaining a full-fledged license. Some of the examples were that provisional licenses expire if they leave a hero school and don't join a new one within 60 days. Soon the exam came to an end. There were 300 people taking the exam this semester. Normally the first semester has around 500 to 600 people taking the exam, but the second semester has fewer people, which also means fewer people pass since they only let 50% pass. It was the same rate but still less passing people. The first portion of the exam was the standard point-out system that they always do. The exam hasn't changed in quite a few years, which has made it easy to practice for. The 3 UA students worked together and dominated the first portion of the exam. They only needed 10 points to pass, but they ended up with 20 each, which limited the number of people passing even further. Soon, they arrived in the second portion of the exam. This is where it took them far longer since it was more of a delicate situation that they needed to handle instead of just powering through. They had to rescue all of the people inside the city while defending from any attacks from villains. Izuku and the 2 friends stuck together and made their way towards a school building. They entered the school and found a handful of students that were injured with a teacher that was unhurt. Lloyd used his quirk in an area effect and applied a calming emotion across the radius, which calmed everyone down to the point that they could ask questions and get good and straight answers out of everyone. They inquired about the injuries that they had and where the pain was located at. Once they had a general idea, they started to transport the injured. Most of them could walk on their own, and the ones that couldn't move on their own were carried out. On the first trip, they didn't run into any threats. However, on their trip back on the second time, they ran minor villain minions. Izuku used Air Force Blast to stun them all due to the shock wave that is created with the air. They left the villains behind and moved along with the injured. Once they dropped the second wave off at the medical tents, they went back in and dealt with the villains that they found. They used close combat on all of the villains that they found and quickly dealt with most of them that they found. Most of their levels were on the level of local street thugs. Though they started to move towards a fighting area and found Gang Orc and the main villains. Izuku and the team had a good idea that the main villains with Gang Orc would be on a higher level of abilities and would need to be dealt with in a different manner than the thug level villains. 1. As such, they found a group of villains that was a bit off from Gang Orc, and Lloyd deployed a rapid change of emotions to make them all shocked and stunned. At that moment right after, Izuku and Salazar charged in and knocked out over half before the other half regained their senses. Once they started fighting, the boys switched into some of their team maneuvers and picked off the enemies one by one and kept switching out off opponents so their opponents would get confused on who they were currently fighting. Lloyd would then put the feeling of fear, drunkenness, or instability into the opponents to make them screw up. He would use his capture gear on his arms to trip people up and knock them out as he dragged them close to him. 3. They kept this up until Gang Orc came over, since he noticed that his men's numbers were growing low. He had found the reason and wasn't surprised it was due to the 3 boys. They were deploying a very good team tactic and screwing up the rhythm of the battle for anyone they fought, which made it hard for the opponents to counter them. Even Gang Orc thought he would have some trouble with their current tactics. These boys have really improved since the internship. They took what my agency taught them and took it and ran with it. Damn, they better pass, Gang Orc said as he sent a sonic wave towards them and charged at Lloyd with the aim to get rid of them and give his men a break. However, Izuku came down with a meteor kick. Meteor kick, he yelled as his foot landed on the side of Gang Orc. Gang Orc wasn't a top hero for nothing. It didn't knock him out, but it did hurt him like hell. It had even cracked Gang Orc protective restraints that he had to wear for this exam that made him a bit slower. He was shocked at the level of power. If it was anyone below the rank of top 50, then they would have been knocked out in that one move, and some even in the top 40 or 30 might still get knocked out. Gang Orc thought as he threw a punch at Izuku. 4. Izuku kept Gang Orc busy and stalled while Lloyd and Salazar dealt with the other villains. Their pace slowed down a bit due to the loss of Izuku, who had to stall Gang Orc, but they were still throwing people for a loop and taking them out. The combination of being hit with different emotions and then attacked with sharp blades that were really hard made a dent in most of them. This fighting kept on going for about another 15 minutes without Izuku being able to overpower Gang Orc. He's not the number 10 hero for nothing, Izuku thought. Soon Lloyd and Salazar finished the remaining minions and moved over to Izuku, but the exam was called at that point. Good job, boys. You have grown since the middle of the first semester when you did the internship with me. Give it about another year and Fulcrum could likely give me a run for my money at 100% fight, and you two would be able to stall me likely by yourself as well at that time. Your teamwork has grown to an amazing level as well. You should be proud of yourself. I don't know how you did on the test, but if you passed, remember I would like you 3 to do work studies with me. Gang Orc stated as he walked away to get the restriction gear off of him already. Izuku and the 2 other boys headed over to the main area to receive their scores. 2. They waited a bit as everyone arrived before the staff got onto the stage and started to announce the results. Of the 300 people that were here, only 100 people passed with enough points. The other 50 people would need to do a makeup session to pass, or else they would need to retake it again. Izuku, Lloyd, and Salazar were given their provisional license cards. They had passed. They each scored at the top of the exam, with Izuku taking first with 90 out of 100 points. Lloyd had 88 points and Salazar had 87 points. They lost a few points due to some minor errors that they made in regards to the type of questions they asked the injured people and how they carried the injured, but overall were told that they did a good job in the notes that they received. 2. Soon they all made it back to Nezu and Aizawa, and the 3 of them took a group photo and then took a separate photo by themselves with Aizawa, and then one with Nezu, and then had a group photo with all of them. Aizawa looked annoyed, but they could tell he was proud of them by the smile that he had that he was hiding in his scarf that they noticed. Nezu congratulated them and they all got on the bus. As they were riding the bus, Nezu started to talk. Boys, I'm assuming you will do a work study with Gang Orc since you did your internship with him, and he had come and stopped by us to inform us that he is requesting you 3 if UA approves of the request with your acceptance. Nezu asked them and they agreed that they did want to go with Gang Orc again. Nezu nodded his head and did some basic information that they would need to know. Due to the fact that you all are 2 semesters ahead of your education, it does free up some time. We will work with Gang Orc on when he wants you on patrol and adjust schedules to fit it since we have some leeway, but remember you need to keep your grades up even though you're doing your 2nd semester work for your 2nd year classes. You all staying ahead in your education classes allows for this much freedom in your schedule, so remember to keep up the work and ask for help when you need it. Nezu stated, and they thanked their principal. Soon they arrived back at campus and Nezu told the staff to pay up. The boys were confused until Aizawa said that the staff had a bet on where they would place in the exam. So, you all thought we would pass. What would you do if we failed? Izuku asked nervously. Aizawa looked at him and said, I would have really doubted your place in the hero course and put you on probation. With the level of work you all put in, you would have needed a very damn good reason for failing, or you would have faced my wrath. Aizawa said with a glare. The boys were just glad they passed the exam. They knew Gran Torino was a sadistic teacher, but Aizawa was even more sadistic when he gets pissed off at people. The saying revenge is best served cold is a good example of what he does. He waits for the perfect time to enact revenge and punishments, and they aren't nice. They saw what he did to present Mike the day that Mike stole his coffee. It wasn't a good idea to look at Mike with white and short hair. It freaked them all out to the point they bought him a wig. 12. Soon they were dismissed early for the day since they had just passed the exam. The school wanted them to relax their muscles since they would be getting really busy moving forward in the semester, since they would be doing school work and then a work study which was far more demanding on their bodies and mind than what they are used to. They also need to fit in their physical training as well. They did stop at the warehouse and showed All Might and Gran Torino their licenses. Good job, boys. You all have made me so proud, God. It's like I have 3 protégés instead of just 1 now, haha. All Might stated while he laughed. The boys felt embarrassed at that statement, and Izuku was just happy that his master liked his friends so much. Soon after talking for a bit more, they decided to go home and show their parents their licenses since they haven't seen them yet. They all decided to get together with all the families and celebrate. Izuku even sent a picture of the license to Kachan, who was happy. Kachan vowed to surpass Izuku when he got into UA, and Izuku told him that he would be waiting for him. Kachan had mellowed out over the years. He had a bit of an attitude, but that was normal for his family. He dealt with bullies when he saw them, but still called people horrible nicknames since he was so horrible at names. Izuku just sighed whenever he thought about his horrible naming system. 3rd Pav. 16. After about 3 more weeks of classes, a rough schedule was decided on how they would add their work studies into everything. The time for the basic education classes was shortened by 1 hour, which still left a lot of time for them. Period 3 was split up with half before lunch and a half after lunch, and then another hour was taken off Heroics 101. This is due to the fact that they will gain experience out on the field. As such, they would leave 2 hours early from school on most days and wouldn't have Heroics 101 at all on Tuesdays and Thursdays, again due to them getting experience on the field. Overall, the simulations were mostly about being prepared for different situations in the field, and Gang Orc was planning to train them a bit at the agency as well, so the school and the agency would ensure they had everything they needed for their education to be complete. The boys were also asked to get their driver's licenses quickly, and the school would provide them a vehicle which Gang Orc has agreed to pay for the cost of gas and upkeep. This way they could get to the office quicker than the train, which took an hour. By car would only take them around 20 to 30 minutes depending on traffic. This would provide them 1.5 hours of school time for the work studies on most days and whatever they spent after hours. They would also have more time on Tuesdays and Thursdays when they didn't have Heroics 101. In the event that a day of work study was cancelled, it would just be time for them to work on any lessons that they had available for them. 5. As such, this was how their schedules were set starting the 2nd month of the 2nd semester. The boys decided to fit the physical training in whenever they could and decided to do it mostly after the work study. They also decided to sleep at the warehouse a few nights like Friday so they could get up early and work out on the weekends, since there was enough room for each of them since All Might had the living area expanded. Gran Torino made the training grueling but didn't push them to the point of their bodies breaking. Gang Orc was given the training regiment and food diet that they have with All Might and Gran Torino. He was only told that it was Gran Torino teaching them, who used to work at UA as a homeroom teacher, which was a true statement. As such, UA, the agency, and the mentors all collaborated on the workout plans and training to be efficient and hit the boys' limit without breaking them. Most other people would have broken due to the sheer amount of physical training and mental exhaustion that the 3 boys went through, but they pushed through and kept moving forward. 1. The work study had them out on the field and gaining experience. For the first month and a half, they were set out with sidekicks as individuals and would do a few days as a large team. They were making a name for themselves as UA's youngest provisional heroes. They got familiar with the people they did their work studies with and the people they met on the streets. One day Izuku found a group of kids bullying another kid. Izuku walked over to them and asked what they were doing. The kids explained that they were teaching the boy a lesson for being a villain. Izuku asked how he was a villain and they described his quirk. It was a quirk with brainwashing abilities that allowed him to control people. Now how does that make him a villain? You didn't give me any reason to believe him as a villain, but instead, you guys are the ones in the wrong. You were bullying him and discriminating against him based on his quirk, which is illegal. Do you think All Might would do something like this? Izuku asked them. They didn't answer and were starting to look pale when Izuku called them out on what they were doing. Let me tell you, he wouldn't. All Might has even gone after schools for discrimination practices, and it seems another school is about to hit the list for him to target as well. Izuku stated. The boys begged him not to do anything to them. He asked for their names and told them to run off. What they didn't know is that Izuku had a camera on his suit and would give it to Nezu later for him to blacklist them from hero schools since they looked like they were middle schoolers. Izuku then turned to the other kid. Are you all right? Izuku asked him. The boy looked surprised at being helped. Izuku hated seeing people like this. It made him remember his past before he met All Might. I'm fine, thank you for the help, the kid said. Izuku asked for his name and the kid gave it as Shinso Hitoshi. Hello, Shinso. Nice to meet you. My name is Fulcrum. Don't listen to them. Your quirk is quite cool based on the sound of it. Depending on how it works, you could be an amazing hero if that is your dream. You could help rescue people easier since you could get them to calm down and get how they are injured. Suicide jumpers, bank robbers, hostage situations. You could end crime in less violent ways, which are important to saving people and stopping villains. Izuku stated. The kid looked happy at that and told Izuku that it was his dream to be a hero. So your dream is to be a hero. What training have you done? Izuku asked him. He said he done running to build up some strength. Izuku shook his head and the kid was confused. I'll give you a hint at the exam. Your quirk won't work really well. You need to buff up to be in a better condition, or else I can tell you right now you will fail it. However, let me give you a hint outside of getting much fitter. When you go take the exam, remember what is the true purpose of being a hero. Is it just fighting villains, or is it much more than that? Figure the answer to that question and you will have a better chance at the exam. Izuku stated. He asked Shinso if he needed help home or wanted to press charges against those kids. He told him no but thanked him anyway. Shinso didn't need to know that they would be blacklisted from hero schools anyway. 2. Izuku moved along and returned to his trainer, who watched from a distance. When Izuku got over, he told Izuku that he did a good job. Izuku mentioned that he was going to turn the video over to Nezu since Nezu hates those types of people that judge others for their quirks. The sidekick just chucked at that and prayed for the kids to survive Nezu's wrath. 10. They went on their way for the patrol route and only encountered lighter crimes that they handled and gave over to the police. Izuku and his mentor soon made their way back to the agency and Izuku met up with the others. Overall, their patrols went pretty well with only light activities. They did have some weird cases, like Lloyd had a nudist on his patrol, which was weird. The guy was drunk and had undressed in an alleyway. Lloyd felt weird because he had to lift the guy up and take him to a police car waiting by. The officers started to laugh at him when he came up with the guy. Izuku and Salazar just fell over and started to laugh at him. After they calmed down, Izuku explained how his patrol went and talked about the bullying incident. They were annoyed with the bullies and wanted to do more than just let them off, but Izuku told them his plan of giving the tape to Nezu, which made them grin since their principal was sadistic in his methods. They remember from their individual lessons with him and how bad he can get. Izuku has come to enjoy his lessons though, but still found their principal scary sometimes though. 1. They entered the office and started on their reports. Izuku made a report about everything and then went into detail about the bullying incident and the names of the bullies and filed the report. Izuku did go and make a formal request for a copy of the video, which they forwarded to Gang Orc due to Izuku being a work study. Gang Orc called him in and asked why he wanted the video since he hasn't read the report yet. Izuku then recounted the details of the event. Gang Orc was not happy with the event. Why didn't you write them up or report them to the police? He asked and Izuku explained why. Overall, if we get unlucky it would be shoved under the rug. If we are lucky it just creates some villains likely if they are given criminal charges. Instead, I want to take the video to Nezu who would look into their school since he likes going after educational places for discrimination or bullying cases that they ignore. I feel like it's happening in the school as well due to their level of uncaring attitude until I called them out for it being illegal. As such, Nezu could go after their school with the video and look for more evidence. He can also blacklist the boys from UA and likely other hero schools since most want to be heroes. It still has the chance of turning them into villains but a lesser chance. It also provides time for Nezu to dig into the school without them being tipped off from their students getting into legal trouble sooner rather than later depending on what Nezu decides to do. Izuku stated in one long rant. Gang Orc was silent for a few moments as he processed everything Izuku stated. I also gave the kid that was being picked on some advice since he plans to try for UA hero course. He has an interesting mental quirk so I gave him some helpful ideas on how to prepare without directly telling him the exam. Izuku stated this as an afterthought since Nezu would see that on the video. Gang Orc approved the request for the video and told him that he would send it to Nezu himself with the attached report that Izuku had written and Izuku could check in with Nezu when he returned to school the next day. He asked Izuku to go make a copy of the report and send him a copy. Izuku did that and was happy that his request for the video got approved and that Gang Orc was going to send the email himself since Nezu would pay more attention to it sooner instead of later. Izuku didn't fear Nezu not doing anything about it but knew he was a busy person and an email from the number 10 pro hero would get handled far quicker than one from him. Soon the boys finished their paperwork and then discussed some things before the end of their work study came to an end for the day. Izuku and they headed to the warehouse by car since they had gotten their driver's license quickly. Izuku had to take it twice since he screwed up the first time and the two others never stopped making jokes about him failing the first time. They would always ask Izuku if he was sure he could handle driving since he had to take the exam twice. Izuku just did a small air blast from his finger at them to blow them over on the ground when they kept making the jokes. They arrived at the warehouse and got to work on their training for a few hours. 11. Another half a month passed and it was halfway into the middle of the semester. The three of them were now cleared to do patrols by themselves but had to stick as a group to ensure they had each other as backup against more experienced opponents. Remember, if you come across someone far more experienced than you, it is okay to retreat if there are no civilians in danger. Your life means more than their capture at that moment. If there are people in danger in that present moment and you think you won't win, then call for backup right away. Do not get reckless, Gang Orc stated as he cleared them for their patrol. 13. The boys nodded their heads and told him that they understood. Izuku had requested emergency beacons that would alert any hero to their location if pressed, which Gang Orc provided. They kept these hidden on their bodies in the event that they ever needed them. As such, they started their patrol once they were fully ready and set off. The patrols they encountered were fast and efficient. Izuku would fly in the sky several times and look in dark alleys from above to spot any crimes going on. They had asked Gang Orc for a patrol area that had a higher crime rate and lower patrol routes from other agencies since they wanted to make an impact on making areas safer for the people of the communities. As such, their names became known by these communities when they would show up and stop a lot of criminals day in and day out. They would stop around 5 to 10 people each week, which was above average for most heroes in these areas. This was due to the fact that Izuku could fly in the sky. Izuku would use his flying to stay hidden from villains and criminals, and this allowed them to find them without searching every single spot. It also didn't alert the villains until it was too late to run away from them, since normal heroes would sometimes make sounds when they got close and were searching, unlike Izuku who was in the sky looking down at everything. Now it was much easier than back during their internships as well. This was due to the fact that Izuku had gotten much better control of the float quirk and could use it without one for all for the most part. Though if he got into high-speed combat then he did use one for all to boost his speed and control while flying, but he could use it for the most part by itself in any other situation. The feeling of flying and controlling it had become more instinctive, which allowed the control of float to become better the more he used it. 6. Though there was one thing that bothered Izuku: once he had gotten better control of float he always wondered why he never had another vision of one for all, even though the 7th had hinted at another meeting. This fact always bugged Izuku and made him worried about why there would be another meeting, but he put it outside of his mind and only came up a few times every few months. Ignoring the issue with one for all, Izuku focused back on the patrol he currently was on. It was currently the last week of the second semester for their first year and the patrol felt weird for some reason. This wasn't a feeling he was used to. It felt like the dread of something bad that was going to happen. He hasn't felt like this at all during the months of the work-study nor while he was attending UA. Izuku called his two friends on the earpiece and asked them if they had the same feeling. Turns out they did. It was at that moment that it happened. The part of the city they were in started to shake. "What the hell?" Izuku yelled out. Car alarms were going off and buildings were shaking. "Everyone get away from the buildings in the event of them falling down." Izuku yelled to everyone that was nearby. Lloyd went over his earpiece and called into the agency. "Hello, are you guys feeling this earthquake there?" He asked, and they told him there wasn't any pre-warning for an earthquake from the government like there normally is, and they weren't feeling anything. Then it hit them. It was a person doing this with a quirk. The agency wasn't that far that it wouldn't be feeling an earthquake in this area. As such, someone had to be causing these to be localized in this area. 1. Izuku went over the radio and warned the agency. "Warn everyone in the agency that we will need backup most likely. It's my current belief that someone is using a quirk to cause an earthquake or a large vibration that in this area that is impacting the patrol area. The buildings are shaking heavily and they might come down. We might need a lot of rescue support in this area and we need to get ready," Izuku stated. The three of them started to search for whoever was causing this problem. Then the buildings started to fall. Salazar reported to the agency that buildings had started to fall and that they currently couldn't locate who was causing the problems. Soon the shaking came to an end and they could see a lot of buildings had fallen. They reported what they could see and they were told that support would be there in 20 minutes from the agency, and any local heroes in the area have been alerted to the theory of it being a villain attack and worked their way towards the center from all sides. The boys got to work on saving people from collapsed buildings near them since they were near the center of the destruction zone from what Izuku could tell from the sky. They had told people nearby to start heading towards the local park that was a few blocks east from the center of the chaos. This way they would be closer to the other heroes as they came and would be further away from whatever villain caused this destruction since they were close to the center. The boys applied their training and felt confident that they could handle the situation that they were now in. However, they would find that fate decided to be quite impactful on their lives on this day that would change their futures. 3rd POV 2. The boys made their way closer to the center and started to rescue people out of the rubble. Those that could walk by themselves were asked to carry any of the injured people out so the boys could keep digging people out. The people respected this request and helped out by fulfilling this request. The buildings were all destroyed for the most part or leaning over. Some buildings did survive the destruction and held up, but those were very few and in between buildings. Izuku looked over the site and he knew he would remember this for a long time in his life. The level of destruction was massive that it took out so many blocks and he could hear the cries for help everywhere. Izuku got back to work and started working on finding more people. They had already pulled out around 200 people from the rubble. They were lucky that mostly everyone only had minor wounds or any worse injuries were to their arms and they could walk out on their own power. Those that couldn't leave on their own power were carried out by other people. They had been inside the center of the destruction zone for about 2 entire hours now and they could see in the very far distance that heroes were working on saving people as well. The boys knew that they would be here until early morning the next day or even later. The night was closing in closer and closer with each passing minute. As the boys were still working after another half an hour, the daylight started to go away and the night was starting to set in. The street lights that could work were on, but at least half of them were broken and didn't work, which left the destruction site in a large amount of darkness, making it harder to work. As the boys cleared one more building, they heard a cry for help. From a building that was half standing up. It was a middle school building. Most of the building had fallen, but there were still standing portions, but they had a large amount of rubble surrounding the area. Then they heard the cry of help turn into a scream of help. Be careful, with night arriving we might run into bad actors that will take advantage of this situation and use it to harm people, Izuku stated to his friends, and they put their guard up as all three of them moved quickly but silently towards the barely standing gymnasium-looking portion of the middle school. Izuku floated up and he looked into the window. He saw a group of about 40 civilians. It was a large mixture of people that had taken refuge in this building since gymnasiums are built to be a safe spot during earthquakes. Smart of them to remember the fact that these are built far studied than other things for this exact reason. Izuku thought. He informs the two others that there were about 40 people inside and no clear hostiles. They heard the scream again, and it was people yelling from inside to draw attention. They weren't in danger but were trying to get help since the doors are blocked from the outside. Izuku thought as he moved over to the doors that were blocked. Izuku powered up OFA to the 45% limit he currently has and started to lift the very large rubble that came from the nearby buildings that fell down. Due to his strength, the lifting of the rubble was relatively easy. Thank God that I increased my limit during this semester, Izuku thought. After about 1 minute of moving the rubble, they finished clearing everything and forced the doors open. The people inside were scared for a second, but some recognized who came in and started to cheer out the boys' hero names since they patrol these higher crime sections of town more often than other heroes. 2. We're saved. It's the 3 provisional heroes that patrol these areas a lot, yelled one man, and everyone calmed down after he said that. This was because some people in these areas haven't met the boys personally yet since they patrol on a certain amount of time due to school. The boys started to inquire about wounds and injuries. Lloyd just applied a calming emotion across everyone to ensure they would get straight and correct answers out from people so they could go through this quickly. After about 5 minutes of communicating with people, they did discover that there were a handful of people with injuries that would require them to be walked out. Can people that can walk out on their own help carry those that can't? This will allow us to guard you on our way out of the destruction zone. Izuku asked them and they complied and started to get to work. After about 5 minutes of preparation, they had everyone prepared to move out. Izuku took the front while Lloyd and Salazar took the group's sides. They had let other smaller groups go on their own since it was a small group and it was still daytime out, but this was a larger group and might attract attention from villains since it is now night time and the villains had the cover of darkness to escape in. The boys didn't want to risk it, so they guarded the group out. However, as they started to leave towards the exit of the gym, they heard a voice call out from the doorway. Well, what do we have here? A bunch of snot-nosed brats that are hero in training. You boys are running all of the fun saving these people, you know. He yelled out. The boys went on guard when they heard him, and Lloyd and Salazar moved towards the front of the group with Izuku. Who are you and what do you want? Izuku asked. The man just started to chuckling. Me, I'm the one that did all of this in my name. You can call me Shockwave. I'm the leader of the Serpent Gang and this was our declaration of war on another gang that ruled this area since they kept getting involved in our business. The man now nicknamed Shockwave stated, and this set them all on guard. The people behind them backed up as more villains wanted into the room behind Shockwave. Izuku pressed the emergency beacon button and the other two did the same. They were going to need help. It didn't matter if they could win by themselves. The number of villains with Shockwave was a dangerous combination that they weren't willing to play around with. Shockwave had around 50 men with him and they had no idea how strong or weak they were. Though they did know that Shockwave could likely cause another earthquake and that would be deadly due to all the heroes and rescue operations going on trying to find people. If another earthquake happened, then those that were trying to save would be the ones needing to be saved. The boys had to be careful with this fight. They had a group of 40 civilians behind them trapped inside the gym and the 3 boys were the only thing standing between them and a large group of villains. A sound came over the radio, but it was filled with too much noise to hear it. The destruction had caused the radio signals to be less efficient near the center of the destruction since there were no radio towers to bounce off of. They just opened the emergency beacons would still work since they were a bit more powerful on the radio wave that they produced. The villain Shockwave told the boys to hand the civilians over since he needed new playthings, and he started to look at some of the younger women with perverted eyes filled with lust. Izuku felt disgusted at the man. The people behind them were cowering in fear. Never. You won't lay a hand on them until I'm dead, Izuku stated. Lloyd and Salazar stated similar things. The villains just laughed. Oh, you are far outnumbered, boys. There are 3 of you with 50 of my men here and more that will arrive with time. Do you honestly think you can win? Shockwave asked. Izuku just fell into his fighting position and stared at Shockwave. It doesn't matter if I think I can win or if I think I will lose. What matters is the fact that I refuse to back down from you and your men. I will stand my ground until my last breath to defend these people from you. I am not a provisional hero just for show, Izuku stated with determination in his voice. Lloyd then started to speak as well. Indeed, we have survived to be the last 3 students of UA's first-year hero course. We are tougher than any average hero in training, Lloyd stated with a look of pure determination in his eyes as he went into his fighting position. Salazar created a few blades that were a bit longer than normal since he knew he needed to keep a distance but also do damage in an efficient manner. We won't hold back in this fight. We will go with the intention of doing massive damage to you all since you plan to harm those behind us, Salazar stated as he spun his red blades around himself and then went into a relaxed fighting position to move quickly with his blades. The 3 boys looked at each other and then shouted at the same time. So if you dare, then come, for we are here and we won't back down. They yelled at the same time, and the boys noticed that the people behind them looked calmer and were far less scared than before. Some even started to cheer out their hero names. Fulcrum, Red Demon, Domuvoy. The people chanted. This only angered Shockwave, who ordered his men to attack. Izuku struck his foot down to break the ground, which caused a portion to angle itself up, which proved some cover to the civilians. Stay behind the cover, he shouted behind himself as he charged into the villains. Izuku didn't hold back on his punches. He refused to. As such, each kick and punch he did was at his 45% limit. Izuku knew that this was going to be a fight to the death since this gang was willing to destroy so much of a city. As such, they wouldn't care about killing any of the civilians or the 3 of them. 2. Izuku ignored the sounds of cries from the villains as he slammed his fist into them. He used several of them as battering rams and just tossed them towards other villains. Salazar was towards Izuku's left side and Lloyd in between them with a few steps behind them so he could work on covering them both and tripping up anyone that tried to get through them. He used his quirk on villains to confuse them and provide openings for Izuku and Salazar to land critical blows. Salazar himself was just throwing weapons or making deep slices and cuts into anyone that got close to him. He knew that in a large group fight he would get trapped and taken out if he went in too deep, so he had to stay on the edge of the fight and let Izuku handle a lot of them. 1. Though the boys knew they were in trouble, even with them taking out a handful of the enemies, they noticed the numbers only grew. I took out 20 of them already and I think they took out 15. Yet the numbers have only grown, Izuku thought as he jumped back to Lloyd and Salazar. Try calling the other heroes, we need backup. I can't fly too high due to the ceiling and I have to be careful of the damage I cause towards the building or it will come down on us. I'm going full out on punches and kicks that I connect, but I could only cause damage to the ground that one time to provide the people cover. Any more than that and I risk bringing the building down, and we still haven't dealt with Shockwave either, Izuku stated to his friends. They agreed and Lloyd tried calling into other heroes but he only got static back. The beacons had gone off but they haven't gotten help yet, which worried them since it has been about 25 minutes since they pressed them. I see you using an earpiece, wondering why help isn't coming. It would be due to the rest of my gang causing problems across the destroyed city area as they fight the other gang. The moment night came I sent my men to deal with the other gang, Shockwave stated with a grin as another handful of villains walked into the building. The problem wasn't the skill level of the villains since most of them were at the level of thugs or a bit stronger, but the damn numbers were the problem. The boys were already tired from the hours of rescue work and now they have to do a lot of more physical movement for all of this fighting. It was not going to go in their favor at this rate, and they have already received some cuts and bruises due to the sheer amount of attacks thrown their way. Remember, Aizawa will be pissed with us if we die here, you know, Lloyd stated with a dark humorous chuckle. Izuku and Salazar couldn't help but laugh a bit at that as they were steadying their breathing. The villains haven't made a move yet. You boys must be tired by now. The destruction happened what? About 3 or 4 hours ago. If you've been working even before then, that means you are nearing your limits of energy due to all of this fighting. Why don't you give up and you three get to walk away alive today? Otherwise, you will die here, and is it really worth it? Shockwave asked with a grin on his face, since he knew this fight was going in his favor. The civilians could see that the boys were starting to tire out and they were scared of their fates. They cried out for the boys not to give up and to save them. Izuku looked back towards them and smiled. Don't worry, they will have to kill us before they ever touch you. Why? Because we are here and we refuse to kneel. Izuku yelled out. He powered up One for All again and crossed his arms and quickly ripped them apart and downwards to create a gust of wind that made some of the villains fall to the ground. At that moment the three boys charged in and started to fight again. 4. The boys kept switching off and on between their opponents to make them lose the tempo of the fight. This was the same tactic that they applied in the provisional exam, and they hoped it would help them save energy and quickly deal with as many villains as possible. However, after knocking out about half of the villains, Shockwave decided to get involved due to the sight of half of his 100 men that the now had here were down on the ground. I must hand it to Ua for training such amazing heroes. You have knocked out 50 of the 100 men that I have here and have kept fighting for nearly an hour. However, it's time to end this. Shockwave stated as he charged Izuku. He knew that if he took out Izuku then the other two could be overpowered. Fulcrum provided their group the massive amount of power that they held. 1. Lloyd and Salazar kept doing their trade-off between opponents, but it got harder due to the sheer number. The dark thought of them dying today had passed their minds at that moment. They knew if help didn't arrive soon it would result in their deaths, since the villain was right. They were tired and drained from everything today. Even the villains that they had knocked out or caused large wounds to at the very start of the fight were starting to awaken again and rejoin the fight. They didn't have any time whatsoever to secure those villains, since the others just kept them moving non-stop. This was a war of attrition and they were losing. Izuku also had the dark thought of his death, but he also had the dark thought of Lloyd and Salazar dying with him today. Izuku hated those thoughts and pushed them out of his mind, as he couldn't allow himself to be distracted from the Shockwave that was fighting him. Shockwave was smart. He knew how to use his quirk to its fullest ability. When Izuku would go to land a strike or a kick, he would create a vibration across his own body that would help lessen the blow. Izuku just used his floating fighting style and kept dodging all of the attacks and kept landing blow after blow onto Shockwave. Izuku could notice that the Shockwave was slowed down. He could lessen the damage that Izuku caused but couldn't stop it. 45% punches and kicks are no laughing matter at all. Izuku could knock out most of the low thugs with just one hit or break their bones, which he did to quite a few of them, since he could see people holding their arms or limping badly and their body parts were badly bruised in the area that he hit. Soon though, after about 15 minutes of fighting, he heard a scream. That scream would haunt Izuku as he turned his head slightly as he jumped away from Shockwave and saw it. He saw a blade stabbed into Lloyd's side. Then another scream came from Salazar, who was shaking as a villain used an electrical quirk to shock him, since he was able to land a hand on Salazar. During that shaking, another villain pulled a knife and stabbed Salazar in the side, and pulled it out harshly. No, Izuku yelled as he ran over to them both and pulled them back. Izuku then found that they both had large cuts across their bodies and were bleeding badly. They also had other wounds from different quirks that they had been hit with, but those wounds weren't massive like the most recent knife wounds. Izuku pulled the two of them back to the civilians. Put pressure on their wounds. Izuku yelled as he jumped back over the cover and stood his ground. Shockwave just looked at Izuku and laughed. Then there was only one. He stated with a glee in his voice. Shockwave charged again and Izuku met his charge. The other villains also attacked him as well. Izuku just kept dodging as many attacks as he could and was knocking people out left and right. There were still around 40 members left and a few more were starting to wake up or show up. Their numbers grew again while we were fighting. There's about 130 Decameters gang members now. Izuku thought as he cursed in his mind. 5. The fight went on for a bit more and Izuku realized that they had been fighting for about an hour and a half now and no help ever came. Did they leave us to die? He thought. Izuku quickly pushed that thought out of his mind and focused back on the fight. He was getting more and more tired now. Izuku had knocked out a lot more of the members and had gotten more brutal. He would grab people's arms or legs and just directly snap them to stop them from getting back up into the fight. Quite unheroic-like to be that brutal, isn't it? Shockwave taunted him. Oh, shove off. My teacher taught us to do what we needed to survive and protect people. If there isn't a law directly against it, then it's fair game if we get desperate enough. Izuku said with a smile on his face. That smile never left his face the entire fight. The civilians were cheering his name since he was making progress in the fight. Cheering made Salazar and Lloyd wake up and stand up. They moved to the battle and towards Izuku. 1. Izuku then noticed Salazar and Lloyd had gotten up and had a large fabric wrapped around their stomach and other parts of their bodies to stop the bleeding. You two shouldn't be standing, you know. You are going to make the bleeding worse. ... Quote. Izuku said in a serious tone. He knew by their looks that they were running out of blood quickly. Those stab wounds at the end were deep and had caused a lot of damage. He himself has taken a lot of wounds and was losing a lot of blood, but not at their pace, not as bad as they were. Izuku didn't like the outlook of this fight. Even if they somehow won, the odds of them making it to medical support in time was not looking good. They also had to worry about any other villains between here and the front lines. We know what it looks like. We know quite well, but do you also know what we know? They asked Izuku in a low tone so the civilians wouldn't hear it. He asked them what did they know. We are brothers and brothers fight to the bitter end together, even if the end is death itself for some of them. So brother, will you let us fight our final fight with you? Lloyd asked Izuku. Izuku had a few tears going down his face, but he kept the smile on his face for the civilians. Salazar just told him it was all right and that they wouldn't give up until the very final moment. Remember, we are the Misfits brothers, so even if we die before you, Izuku, you're not allowed to die any time soon to follow us to our graves. Do you understand? You need to die in a blaze of glory or at a very ripe old age. We want to see the life you will live. So smile, Izuku. Smile for us and help brighten this cold world that treated us like outcasts. Will you? Salazar asked in a tired tone. Izuku just nodded his head and said he would. I'll keep smiling for you too, no matter what. I won't die unless it's in a battle of glory or at a ripe old age. Izuku said as he charged ahead of them. They followed him and started to fight right beside him. 28. They knew this was it. They all knew this was the final fight because they would never make it to medical support in time to recover from the blood loss. They could feel their bodies giving up on them and they refused to die lying on the ground. They also knew that the three of them didn't have much energy left and would collapse soon due to the lack of energy, or they would succumb to their wounds. As such, they would go into their final breaths and take as many of the villains out or with them to the afterlife. Because it was either they died and won or they died and lost. Them losing meant the death of the civilians behind them, and they refused to allow that. As such, they no longer cared about not killing the villains. Each blow or strike was done with the aim to kill, breaking the opponent's neck or slicing their throat or stabbing them in the hearts. Each blow was going for a killing blow, and the villains felt fear at that moment. The civilians were shocked at the brutality of the heroes, but then they found out why when the main villain yelled out something. I see you plan to take as many of us with you to the graves since you are about to die to your wounds. Fine then, let's see if you die before all of us. Shockwave yelled as he charged at them. Izuku just met him and started to land attacks. He then grabbed one of the blades on the ground and just stabbed right into Shockwave, causing him to scream in pain. 2. We told you, you won't touch them unless we die, and even then we will take as many of you with us to give them a chance at surviving. Izuku yelled out. Then he heard a scream from Salazar. Salazar had a knife stuck in his chest as a few villains had landed blows on him and stunned him enough for one to stab him right in the chest. Izuku ran over and just grabbed some of their heads and slammed them into the ground. Izuku was starting to run off instincts alone and his mind was going blank. Salazar made a few more steps before he fell to his knees and stopped moving. Izuku knew in the back of his mind he was gone. 8. Lloyd and Izuku both got close to each other and were attacking the remaining villains. Shockwave and about 15 of his gang members were left standing. The others were either dead or too beaten and hurt to stand back up. Izuku was so tired. His body was sore and bleeding. He knew if he didn't get medical help soon he would join his brothers. He noticed to his side that Lloyd had also fallen to his knees and stopped moving. They are gone, Izuku thought in the back of his mind. Lloyd had succumbed to blood loss and passed away while fighting. Salazar died due to blood loss and the final stab wound to his chest and he died while fighting as well. 13. Izuku just stared down the last villains and charged at them. He refused to let them walk away from this. Izuku appeared behind the gang members and landed blow after blow. If the blow killed, he didn't care. After about 10 more minutes it was only Izuku and Shockwave left. Seems it's just us two now, Shockwave. We told you. You wouldn't lay a hand on them until we were dead. So was the price worth it to try and get them? Izuku asked while still smiling a bit. Shockwave was angry. So many of his men had been killed or taken out of action. He himself had several stab wounds from Izuku and would need medical attention which would be hard to get. You damn heroes, you willing put down your lives for a bunch of strangers? Why? He yelled out the last part. The civilians wanted to know as well since they just witnessed 2 of their heroes die for them. They felt so sad that 2 young men had died for them, that they had fought for 2 hours for them and never gave up on them. They wanted to know what drove them so much. 2. Izuku just looked up and straightened his back. Why, you ask? Well, let me tell you why. We are the proud students of the UA Hero course belonging to 1A. We are proud to call ourselves true heroes whose goal is to save people with a smile like All Might. It's the responsibility of the hero to do everything they can to save those that are entrusted to them. As such we will go beyond and plus ultra. Izuku screamed out. Everyone was shocked at the level of determination that the 3 boys held which led 2 of them to die for the group of civilians. They just started to chant his hero name out and kept thanking him and his fallen comrades. Shockwave went into a rage. He charged at Izuku and his movements had become less efficient. Izuku dodged a bit and found the opening he needed. He charged up OFA to his limit and drove his hand right into one of the wounds he made earlier on Shockwave's lower chest. The moment Izuku touched the wound his hand went right into it and he powered right through Shockwave's chest with his hand coming out on the other side. Shockwave eyes widened as he looked down and saw the arm in his chest. Damn, he said out with his final breath before he fell to his knees and Izuku pulled his arm out with all the blood on it. Izuku looked around and asked if all the civilians were all right. They moved to him and said they were. 29. Izuku nodded his head and walked over to his fallen friends. He dragged their bodies to be next to each other and placed some fabric over their heads. Izuku wanted to cry but there were people here and he couldn't. One of the older men from the group of people walked over to Izuku and put his hand on Izuku's back. He turned around and kept the smile on his face but his eyes betrayed him. Oh, Sonny, I'm sorry that they paid their lives for ours. I'm so sorry, the old man said as he kneeled on the ground and prayed for Izuku's 2 friends. The others all followed the old man's example and bowed on their knees. Izuku just kept the so-called smile on his face and kept silent for a few moments. 24. We need to get moving, before any of the less injured villains wake up. I don't know why my comms aren't working so I can't call for help. Izuku said as he lifted his brothers up. Izuku knew that he was meant to leave them there until he got the others to safety but he couldn't do it. He didn't care what others said. He wasn't going to leave his brothers to the villains once they woke up. As such, Izuku tied Salazar's body to his back with some rope that they found in the gym and carried Lloyd's body in his arms. He then set off with the civilians falling right next to him in silence. After about 10 minutes of walking, they came upon other heroes. The heroes saw the large group and rushed over. They then saw Izuku with his 2 brothers in his arms. Send a group of you to the gym at the middle school down the road which is about a 10-minute walk from here. There are over 100 villains, with the main villain that caused this destruction located in the gym. A large number are dead. They left us no choice, but there's still a lot of them alive and need to be arrested for murder and many other crimes," Izuku said as he kept moving forward, with the civilians not even talking to the other heroes. They refused to leave Izuku's side until he made it back to the end. They couldn't leave the two bodies either, they died so they could walk free. 9. Soon they arrived at the end of the destruction zone, and so many heroes and other people saw the group, and they then saw the bodies of the two heroes and Izuku covered in blood. They didn't know what happened, but they didn't like the end result. Gang work ran up once Izuku got to the medical station. He was informed that his work studies were heading there. "Fulcrum, Red Demon, Domuvoy, there you are. We've been trying to reach you, but the signal was being blocked. We lost track of the beacon." Gang work stopped when he saw Izuku carrying the two of them. He just started to shake his head in denial. He couldn't believe it. He lost two of his work studies. What happened?" he asked, but Izuku just collapsed. The blood loss got to him and he was met with darkness. Gang work was scared that he just lost his last work study. The civilians told the medics that he was bleeding out badly and he needed blood. Gang work told them what blood type he was and they rushed him to the hospital. 10. Gang work was about to leave when the civilians stopped him. "Please wait. Are you there, boss?" the old man from before asked. Gang work said yes, and then the old man started to tell the tale of the three misfits. Everyone was listening into the conversation and they were devastated. Gang work wanted to go massacre the remaining villains but couldn't, since other heroes would already be there to stop him from doing it. The civilians asked to be informed of Izuku's condition and where the boys would be buried in the future, and Gang work gave the old man his information and took his. He promised he would call, but he needed to leave. He needed to make sure he didn't lose the last student of his. This news would devastate so many people, and Gang work was worried if Izuku would even recover from this, since he just lost his two brothers. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.